Sierra, you will see Sierra Walters, you will see a request to become a panelist. If you would please accept that, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, hopefully people are getting on. It's just a few minutes to, now it's a little early. But I know we also have a lot to do here for our special meeting. So hopefully everybody's getting on.
Lindsay, do you see Monique Cody as well?
Yep, and Supervisor Fowler has also joined us as well.
Yeah, good.
And just a heads up, Chair, our live stream is on and functioning.
Wonderful. I love that. Nothing like success. So, and I do see that we have Supervisor Begay is with us and Supervisor Fowler. Do we have
Supervisor Ryan is on.
Oh, Supervisor Ryan's on?
He is.
All right.
Sometimes I am and sometimes I'm not.
No, you are on. You are always on. That's what we love about you. So
Right on.
all right, very good.
Lindsay,
I
can you-
think it's we have 2 more minutes.
Lindsay, can you promote Jay Smith, please?
No wearing t-shirts. You'll be kicked out of the meeting.
Oh no, it's
Oh, oh dear.
wait, please keep it on. Please keep it on.
I gave the approval to him because he's been nice.
All right.
Lindsay, could you promote Natalie and Pat Thornton, please? Mr. and Mrs. Thornton, if you could accept becoming a panelist, please. Thank you. Also, Lindsay, if you could promote Jay Chrisselman.
All right. So Deputy County Manager, do we have all the folks we need for us to commence our meeting?
I believe we are there, Madam Chair, if you give me one moment to make sure. I think we're good. Lindsay, do you find it the same?
Yes, I
Great.
believe we've got everybody.
Very good. Well, with that, and given the assurances we've received from Sue Brown, our Deputy County Manager, I'd like to welcome you all to our special board meeting here on Tuesday, October 11th. It's 3 o'clock, commencement of our meeting. And we start out our meetings through our call to order, or roll call. And my name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the chair and the supervisor for District 1. And it is my pleasure to open this board meeting today. And we welcome all that are attending. We welcome families and friends who have joined us, who of loved ones who will be honored here in just a few minutes. So thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you, members of the communities and colleagues. Always great to see you. District 2. District 2, I think, is going to join us late. I'm sorry. District 3. District 3.
I know Supervisor Ryan is with us.
And we saw him in his t-shirt.
Supervisor Ryan, you are still muted and off camera.
I'm going to go district, I'm going to keep going down, District 4.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here with us there today, and the community, and also the staff and my colleagues. Looking forward to a real good meeting this evening, and I just want to say thank you, and I'm here.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining our board meeting.
Thank you. And District 3.
Sorry about that. I got lost in my iPad, so I couldn't find the screen. I was putting up background, better than looking at my daughter's bedroom. I am Matt Ryan, District 3 Supervisor. I'm very happy to be here today. And hello, everybody.
And we're happy to have you with us as well. So, and by the way, we have a hearing this afternoon, as we know, at 6 o'clock, and we're going to want everybody's camera on unless there's a PowerPoint presentation. So maybe to practice, it might be a good idea for, if we can, to please keep your cameras on for the meeting. And I see District 2 has joined us. Supervisor Vasquez, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize. I was in a doctor's appointment that was scheduled way before this meeting, but I just finished, and I'm glad to see everybody. Jeronimo Vasquez, District 2 Vice Chair.
Very good. Right on time, Vice Chair. So members of the board, the next item of business is, of course, the Pledge of Allegiance. And our clerk will put up the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance. And for those that can, please stand and let's honor our country by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
The
flag
flag
of the United States of America and to
and
the
to the
republic
republic
for which
For
it
which it
stands,
and
one nation,
and
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice for all.
For all.
All right, we are back with us, and the next order of business is the call to the public. And this is the time where individuals from the public can join our board meeting and provide comment to the board on items that are not specifically on the agenda. We do have a couple of people who I know are going to join us in the call to the public. And they are already with us, but I am going to turn this over to our to Lindsay Daly, the clerk, to explain to other members of the public, if they would like to address the board, how they can address the board. And then we're going to turn this over to people who are here for some call to the public items. So Lindsay, can you explain to the public how they can join us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. At this time, if you would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that appears at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom, and it says raise hand and looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you. And I do know we have some people here to speak and to honor a longtime public servant and longtime friend of Coconino County, Don Walters, who unfortunately passed just recently. And I know his daughter, Sierra, is with us. And Sierra, on behalf of the Coconino County family, to your family, we want you to know we send our very deepest condolences and our deepest love and respect for Don. So So thank you for joining us here this afternoon. And with that, I know that there are some county employees who would also like to make a few remarks on behalf of Don Walters. And Jay Christelman, are you going to start us off on this?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Madam Chair and Supervisor of the Board, good afternoon. Jay Christelman, Community Development. It is with heavy heart that I have to share that Commissioner Walters did pass away on Saturday. It was relatively abruptly. Don was appointed to the commission about 2012 by former District 4 Supervisor Mandy Metzger. Don was also appointed chair a couple of different times and vice chair, and I can tell you that he ran a very efficient and timely meeting. For those of you that know Don, you can appreciate that. Don was also appointed to the Comprehensive Plan Committee and helped us create that document that was adopted by the board in 2015. It's a process we'll be starting again in January. So Don's understanding of our comprehensive plan, our zoning ordinance, and our subdivision ordinance, as well as the building codes. You know, he was in the building trades and engineering trades. His service to the commission and the community was invaluable as such. Don and I worked on a lot of projects together. I got to know each other very well outside of work, and he's a friend, and it's very unfortunate that he's passed. As a veteran, Don was very involved in the joint land use study project that we finished a couple of years ago. And as such, he also was instrumental in the military installation sustainability grant. Had tremendous interest in those efforts. And I'd just like to say that Don will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay, very much. All right, recording is in progress. Hopefully it was in record earlier as well. So, and Jay Smith, I know you want to share a few words.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Yeah, Don and I met, 2017. I was still working in private industry, and I learned real quick that Don's passion was to make sure that these forests in northern Arizona were healthy and not going to burn down like we've seen in other parts of Arizona. And, I spoke to Don the Thursday before he got sick, and I was really just shocked when I saw what was going on, because he and I talked about some trust companies and different things that he was trying to find ways to utilize these forest products. I mean, it was his passion to make sure that we didn't lose our forests that he loves so much. And so I sit there and think about how can I honor Don, and to just keep going on and pushing to get this work done. And he's a really good guy that, he was there. Excuse me. He was there when I lost my wife.
He was one of the original guys from Four Fry, wasn't he? The Four Fry stakeholders group.
Original with Four Fry. He was one of the first bids, but he was just a good friend, and gonna miss him a lot.
Thanks, Jay. And Lucinda, I know you have a few words you'd like to share.
Thank you, Chair, and just to echo both what the two Jays shared, is that simply put, Don was a leader, and he stepped up, and he didn't shy away from taking on a leadership role and participating in the community, to have his voice and other voices heard in the community. And I always really respected him. I've been with the county almost 18 years, and I think a good chunk of that, we had conversations about many, many different issues and different projects and many different things over the years. And we didn't always agree, but I always really respected Don, that he would step up and lead. Just like Jay mentioned, he would chair the commission. He stepped up and led in a lot of different ways in this community and moved things forward and took action. And I really respect him for that. I'm really going to miss him. And and the various calls that we've had over the years, and just really want to extend my sympathy to the family. We greatly missed, and the community will greatly miss him. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know this is called to the public, but are there other individuals that are on that would also like to say a couple of words about Don Walters?
Chair Horstman, this is Andy Bertelson, Deputy County Manager, and I met Don years ago as well. And I specifically recall in 2010 when we had the Schultz flood, and Don was working in the construction industry at that time. And we had discovered through the modeling that there was a major threat at the city of Flagstaff landfill. And we being the county and working with the city of Flagstaff, Don was a linchpin in bringing our two entities together, and us, Lucinda and I and others, working with landfill staff at the city of Flagstaff to protect the landfill from flooding, which would have been a major problem, and Don helped us prevent that from happening. I also worked with Don during my time with the city of Flagstaff, and he was very helpful in our landfill cell planning, and he really had a vision for it and really helped our staff, our technical staff, come to some realistic terms with what we needed to do at the landfill. So I really am going to miss Don, and just like all others have said, had a ton of respect for him.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Andy. And any other comments from those that are here in attendance? And, again, we want to extend our sympathies on behalf of Coconino County. And we truly have lost a true public servant for our community, and huge condolences to the family. His memory and his work lives on, as you can hear from those who spoke about their friendship and their work with Don Walters. So thank you so much for being here, Sierra, and please extend that to your family. Supervisor Ryan, it looks like you have some comments.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure how you were going to rotate through, but I'm glad you opened it up to everybody on this. And what I have to say is pretty much been said. Don was always engaged. He always knew where he stood on issues. He would question you, which was really good. I remember going and meeting the Planning and Zoning Commission at a retreat, and it started to hone in on a lot of forest-based issues, different things that we're doing in the county, but he was always attentive. And then to note, and I'm sure they'll have a chance, but I was just speaking to one of my commissioners that is a good friend of Don and has worked with him on the Planning and Zoning Commission, Tammy Antavares, and she was just talking about how much she appreciated his knowledge, the discussion, and how they would go back and forth on evaluating different applications that came through, and really counted on his opinion. And it shows that level of respect that you find at many different levels. And so, again, as noted, definitely our condolences he's still here. He's in us, and we know Todd. I remember when Mandy appointed him to the commission, she was really proud to bring him forward, and he stayed with us for a long time. So we really appreciate that service as well. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. And I see that we have Jared Walters, and Jared, I know you had your hand up for a minute. We'd love to hear from you, and please, if you would like, please unmute yourself, and we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, this is Jared Walters. I'm Don's son, and I just wanted to let you guys know that we really appreciate all the kind words. And thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us this afternoon. Really appreciate it. All right, so on that, we are still on our call to the public. We're so pleased we were able to honor Don Walters and his memory with the family. But we also are here for other community members. If you would like to address the board, if you have an issue you would like to bring to our attention, now is the time. And Lindsay, since it's been a while, why don't you explain one more time to the community how they can join us here for our board meeting under call to the public.
Sure, thank you. I actually, Wendy had her hand up. Wendy, if you'd like to make a comment.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to share a very light, I've known Judge Roberts for almost 12 years, and we were not related, but from the minute we met, he used to say that I was his cousin because he was sure that we were related somewhere, even though my Roberts name is a married name. So every time we ran into each other in training and everything else, he was always very warm, and it was always cousin. It was never anything else. It was always cousin. And then when I moved over to elections, of course, I got to interact with him in the candidate filing process, and Donna too, and always enjoyed seeing them. And it was still cousin, even over at elections. So I will miss him terribly. And I just wanted to send my condolences to the family, thinking of all of you.
Thank you, Wendy, for that. And I know we'll be talking about Judge Roberts here too in just a minute. So thank you for sharing your comments with us. Any other members of the community?
If anyone else would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand.
Members of the public, now is the time.
Lindsay, we have Benjamin Holliday with his hand up.
Benjamin Holliday, we'll go ahead and promote you here in just a minute.
There you go. If you're unmuted, you can go ahead and speak.
Roger that. Hello, everyone. My name obviously is Benjamin Holliday. I'm representing Valley or Grand Canyon Junction, and I'm here in the stead of Miranda Baldalski, if you may know her, also representing Canyon Community Alliance. We want to be a part of this process and to be more involved in the board and Coconino County and the workings of Valley. So I'm just here, and I want to let you know that that's basically the purpose of my being here, is just to be a representative.
Thank you, Benjamin. And we'll be talking about the area plans here in just a minute. And thank you for joining us. And also please give our best regards to Miranda. She's been, a big supporter of Valley, as you know, Grand Canyon Junction, and we're glad you're here in her stead. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members would like to address the board?
Thank you.
At this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
Very good. Then members of the public, I am assuming that the call to the public, you had your opportunity. We are going to proceed with the agenda. And the next item is a recognition, also a loss to here Coconino County, a member of the Coconino County family. It's recently Justice of the Peace Donald G. Roberts from the Page Justice Court passed away on September 30th, 2022. And it is another incredible public servant here of Coconino County. And we would like to recognize him. I know a number of people have some comments they would like to make. And Sue Brown, I'm going to turn this over to you to start this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very much appreciated. It is a sad day for Coconino County. We have lost Judge Roberts after nearly a 26-year career as an elected official as the Page Justice of the Peace. And in that seat, the judge made an absolute change in his community by doing a number of tremendous things during his long career. Judge served first from 1987 to 1994, and then came back to be elected in 2003 until his passing in 2022. And if you don't mind, Madam Chair, with thanks to our folks in court administration, they gave me a very long list of judges' accomplishments. I'd like to read a few of those.
Great, thank you.
Started the Like Skills for Page in 2004, started the Children Are Precious Passengers program in 2005, brought back to Page defensive driving school through the Arizona Traffic School, with the classes being held in Page in 2006. Brought the CAPP, the Children Are Present Passengers program, back in 2007. He was part of SCRAM, the Alcohol Monitoring Device Program in Page Justice Court, June of 2007, at no cost to the public or the court. And may I just say, Madam Chair, he was extraordinarily proud of that program. Vital Check Program, which he started in February of 2008, paying citation and fees online at no cost to court or taxpayers again. The Bad Check Program, presented by the Coconino County Prosecutor's Office, sponsored by the Page Justice Court, February 2008. He worked on a meth panel educational presentation of Coconino County, sponsored by the Page Justice Court in April of 2008. He has received numerous special recognitions and special awards. He was the president of the National Judges Association from 1993 to 1994. He received an award in recognition from Governor Janet Napolitano of the Governor's Office of Highway Safety for his dedication towards securing our children's safety by establishing the Children Are Precious Passengers Booster Program in your community in 2006. In May 2008, he was elected presiding Justice of the Peace for Coconino County for a 2-year term. Madam Chair, those of us who have worked for the county for a long time, I'm proud to say that my relationship with Judge is nearly 25 years long. And in that time, we had many, many amazing conversations. We had some disagreements, but we never stopped being cousins, because that's just Judge. He would get his point across, but he never had rancor. He never ended it. I looked forward to my phone calls with him each time. We kept in contact. He always was the first to welcome you to Page and hope that you would stop by to see the court and give it the recognition it deserves as one of the busiest courts we have in the northern region. He cared deeply about the people of the city of Page and in the Page Justice Court precinct. He cared deeply that people did not return to his court and that they returned to the community. He was a man who believed strongly in what he did, and he showed that faith by being an endless source of energy to the bench. And we deeply appreciate all of his work for a very, very long time. As I said, nearly 26 years in total. Madam Chair, we welcome today his wife, Donna, and his family, and I believe it's Natalie and Patrick Thornton. And a huge thank you for you being here today. It means a lot to us to know that his family has joined us, his county family as well. We give you our deepest sympathies on behalf of the organization, of the employees, and certainly of all of those of us who have worked with him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager. And yes, we as the board took a trip to Page and got to meet and have lunch with the judge, and got to take a look at his private chambers in the back parking lot. So it was with great fondness I remember that trip and meeting Judge Roberts. And to Donna Roberts, his spouse, thank you for being with us here today. And just, once again, your husband lives on in his service and in the memories that are shared by so many here in the county. You have had the pleasure and the honor of working with him and getting to know him. So thank you for joining us here. Are there other members that would like to make some comments about the judge? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Shot that Nikki. I was elected. First time I was elected, Judge Roberts called me and he invited me to his office and to his chamber, and he could tell stories. He gave me a quick tour and he just talked and I cannot remember what he talked about, but I remember being introduced to his porta potty that is sitting outside, and all the improvements that needed to be made. And we worked on that, and Sue and Judge Roberts worked with the city of Page on improving the court for many, many, many years. And it's still in process, but a lot of accomplishment has been made. And I think Judge is just he's my in-law. So to us, he's our in-law as Navajo people, and we love him dearly as he loved us and the community. And then somewhere along the way, he invited me to a street. He sponsored a street cookout, and we all took over the street, and that was Judge just invited everybody, and we just had a big old feast out on in his street. And that's just the kind of judge he is. And then he also started the DUI court. I don't think it was called DUI court, and it was not from our Flagstaff Justice Court or part of the court system. He used his own court funding for that. He really believed in helping people, not having people sent to Flagstaff and go through the court and having to move, the whole family move to Flagstaff, the person losing their job and not able to see their children because they're already in a such financial situation. So he started that court, and it has changed people's lives, and that's who he is and he was. And just improving talk about just improving and uplifting an individual and a whole community, not just a communities, and they didn't care where you came from. It was just, we're making sure that you have a better life, a better outlook, always encouraging. And during the pandemic, it was places were shut down, but our dear judge, he's out there conducting weddings outside. And it was just, I just thought, that here he is. He continues his work. Nothing pulled him back. I just really want to appreciate him. Just his dedication to all of us. To me, as elected official, making sure that I knew some of the issues and what his thoughts were, even transporting inmates back and forth between Flagstaff and Page, and he calculated everything out and how much that costs. It's just a lot of passion and such a big heart and loving person. So thank you, Donna, for sharing him with us and just being by his side, supporting him in every step of the way, and in the name of an individual and a community. That is just the biggest, what else can a family do? And this was a family affair that Judge and Donna just, it's a family affair, and he's so proud that he did that for Coconino County, and just such a great loss. So just thank you, Donna, to you, your children, all family members. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for your words. Any other comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I similar comments. The judge's career is just about as long as mine has been here. And whenever meeting with him, first things, you think of the judge gregarious, joking, but zeroing in on the issues also, as we would often meet over the years. And what is it? You can't go without saying the porta potty. Now he pushed for the bathroom, but he sure liked that porta potty once he got that porta potty. So the facilities were always an area of discussion that we would go through early on. He was a strong advocate of the jail district and having that facility up in Page and how much of a difference that really helped out. Every year at budget, there was a guarantee the judge would have a request in there, a unique request that'll come up, and every year he had it. And that goes back to the figures that Lena was just talking about, how he would zero in on the figures. And the personal component, but he was always joking. He probably sitting here today, he would be joking about us or vice versa, that kind of thing. So to Donna, to the family, our condolences, but thank you for sharing him with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. All right, any other comments or memories to share? Again, Donna, thank you for being with us here, and thank you for sharing your husband, and again, his good works and memories live on. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we are moving on then with our agenda. We are now at the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. And members of the public, the consent agenda are items that are more administrative or ministerial in nature. They are items that can be taken by a single motion and can be passed through that single motion. These are items that are not individually discussed. However, we, the board, have the opportunity, if there are items that we would like to remove from the consent agenda, we can do so and discuss them, and then individually vote on the items that have been removed from the consent agenda. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if there are any items from the consent agenda that you would like to move from the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I'd like to remove item number 9.
Item number 9. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other items to remove from the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented, items 2 through 10, removing item 9. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
There's a
Second.
motion for approval by Vice Chair and a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Consent agenda passes. Item 9 has been removed. And it is consideration of possible action to approve the budget adjustment and award of FFY 22 Arizona Department of Homeland Security Grant Program number 220-100-01 for the Train and Sustain Citizens Corps Program from 10/01/22 through 9/30/23 in the amount of $14,620, and to authorize the sheriff to sign all documents pertaining to the grant. That has been removed, and I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I removed this item just to highlight it. This is such an important program that is within our county. I don't know if the sheriff has joined us, but I want to recognize him and his staff for training volunteers to be able to help during an emergency. Or, it is throughout the county that we have these volunteers that are working on behalf of their families and the communities. They deserve a special recognition. And I just want to I thought that the sheriff's office or sheriff, I see Brent there, maybe to just share a little bit about the wonderful work that they're doing. I just wanted to just highlight this. Madam.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I think we have Brett Axland from the County Sheriff's Office with us. Good afternoon, Brett, and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Supervisor Feller, for recognizing our CERT team. This is a very active and busy team, sometimes unfortunate during these times, but thank you for recognizing them and thanking them for all that they do. I know this past year especially, they've been very busy with our floods and our fires in the way of community notification to educate the community on evacuation and when and how to go and how to do it safely. So that's a major benefit that we as Coconino County enjoy through all those volunteers. They're also involved in other events like the Stuff the Bus event that happens near Thanksgiving every year, where they hand out turkeys. They do train once a month. So this budget will go towards those trainings, the supplies of the classes that they give, and their equipment. So this is a very necessary budget item for them. They have been giving classes all throughout the county as well as the reservation. And I know it's quite a popular group and quite a popular training. So thank you again, Supervisor Feller, for recognizing our CERT team. We're very proud of them. And we would love to see this program continue on for years and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Madam Chair, I want to thank the Sheriff's Office for making this a priority. These volunteers, they leave their families, and there was a child that was missing up in the Kaibab National Forest up near the North Rim, and they were there for days. And so they really do important work when there's flooding or any kind of events. These community members I believe they're in every one of our communities, whether they're on tribal lands or not. They are trained up and they know how to respond, and they are there. And it takes a lot of trust to be able to volunteer and say, I will help out, I will help, and in these during these emergency events. So I just want to thank the sheriff and the deputy chief deputy sheriff and the team for really making the CERT team a priority. I know we work with them individually within our districts quite a bit, so thank you.
And Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make the motion to approve the budget adjustment and the award of the Department of Homeland Security's grant program?
I move that we approve item number 9, Arizona Department of Homeland Security grant program.
Second the motion. I'll give it to Judy. Go ahead.
We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. We got a second by Supervisor Judy Begay. All those in favor of approving the budget adjustment and award of the Arizona Department of Homeland Security grant program, please signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. So thank you so much. And thank you, Chief Deputy, for being with us this afternoon. So members of the board, and proceeding on with the agenda, we have before us a Board of Equalization action item. Before that we can hear that action item, we need to resolve as the Board of Equalization. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Equalization?
I'll move.
Second.
We have a motion, I believe, by Supervisor Begay and a second by Supervisor Fowler. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I love that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. We are now resolving as the Board of Equalization, and this is for consideration and possible action to approve Board of Equalization Resolution 2022-01, receiving and accepting the hearing officer's decisions for petitions for review of property valuation for tax year 2023. Hearing was conducted on August 25th, 2022. I'm going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, who will introduce this item. And I see that our legal counsel, Rose Winkler, representing the Board of Equalization, is also with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And just as a note, our hearing officer, Chuck Johnson, is also here with me on my phone. So I have him on speaker so that we can hear him and he can hear us. So I just wanted to note that as well. As you stated, we had our Board of Equalization hearings on August 25th with our hearing officer, Chuck Johnson. We did give petitioners the opportunity to either conduct the hearing virtually or in person. And as part of that process, the petitioners have the opportunity to petition the assessor's office to reevaluate their valuation after the assessor's office sends out a valuation notice to property owners. So they did go through an appeal process with the assessor's office before they came to the Board of Equalization petition process. So just wanted to note that. We had 5 petitions for appeal of property valuations, and we had hearings for all 5 of them. At the hearing, we had 3 properties where the assessor's office did stipulate an agreement with the property owner for a reduction in value. So our hearing officer did make a decision to reduce the full cash value for those 3 properties. And then for the other 2 properties, one, we had the petitioner elected not to do a testimony. And so the hearing officer did a no change, and that had to do with his tax authorization form. And then the second, the hearing that there was also a no change, our hearing officer took the matter into consideration for 10 days and did some more research, and then came back and offered a decision of a no change based on the testimony provided at the hearing and the research conducted. So you can see in your packet, you have the resolution as well as the spreadsheet of those 5 properties that shows the parcels in the hearing officer's decision, that shows the reduction in value for those that were reduced, a full cash value, and those that had a no change. So I just wanted to note that. And then statutorily, the board must, we must consider the hearing officer's decisions to approve for statutory requirement. Thank you, Chair. Oh, you're muted.
I see that. Could I please ask our legal counsel to remind us as the board, since we have appointed a hearing officer to act on our behalf and to hear these appeals, what the role and the decision of the Board of Supervisors is in reviewing the hearing officer's decision.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And as the board has appointed a hearing officer, as you indicated, the board's review of the hearing officer's decisions is limited. The county receives those decisions and shall uphold those decisions unless there is substantiated evidence presented to the Board of Equalization that the procedures for the hearing were not followed or were conducted poorly for some reason, that state law was violated, or that there is no evidence from the record to support the hearing officer's decisions. The board does not substitute its judgment for the hearing officer's decisions. So I believe that states the Board of Equalization's review today.
Thank you. And then Clerk Daly, is there anyone here appealing this decision or recommendation and findings of our hearing officer before us this evening or this afternoon?
At this time, Chair, I do not see anyone present. And as a note as well, they do have the opportunity to appeal the decision approved today to tax court as well. But at this time, I don't see anyone present.
All right, and just to be on the safe side, would you please explain how, if there is somebody out there that is attempting to appeal this to the Board of Supervisors with the limited review that we have as set forth by attorney, how they can enter this board meeting?
Sure, thank you, Chair. At this time, if there's somebody present that would like to comment on these hearing officer decisions for the petitions, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And we have no hands raised, Chair.
Thank you. And members of the board, at this time, I'm going to ask you if you have any questions. We do have our attorney with us. We also have our hearing officer. Chuck Johnson is with us. So if there is any questions or concerns that you may have, now is the time to raise them. We do have his letter and we do have his findings on these hearings that have been provided to us in our packet. So any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as noted, all I'm doing for the sake of the record is ask if the hearing officer could just make a statement that how he conducted the meetings and just provide that opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, you can go ahead.
The manner in which we conduct the hearings is the same protocol for all the hearings with regards to the Board of Equalization, whether it be for property valuation appeal, change of notice, or any other matters that are coming before the Board of Equalization at my level. And so at the onset of the hearing, I'll initially ask if the assessor has a new recommendation other than what's been provided at the lower levels. And if they do, I'll hear that recommendation. I'll ask the petitioner if that's their understanding and if they are in agreement with it. If they are, I will typically enter a stipulation to that effect. If there is no change or if the petitioner disagrees, then I outlay the format of the hearing and explain to the petitioner that at this level of Board of Equalization, the burden of proof by statute is placed on the petitioner to prove beyond a preponderance that the assessor's recommendation or decision is inaccurate, and that's the burden that they come into the hearing with. And once they've understood that and agreed that that's a statutory requirement, we'll move into the hearing where I will ask the petitioner to present any evidence, call witnesses, present documents or exhibits that they would like to have me reviewed that has not been previously submitted, or witnesses that they would like to call to testify. Some do. And then Ms. Daly administers the oath. They provide their testimony, and the petitioner, for lack of a better term, offers an opening argument and hopefully cites the factual points with regards to their issue and appeal. I make it very well known to all petitioners that the scope of the hearing is limited by statute to full cash value of the real property that's of question. It lacks standing and or jurisdiction with regards to taxation or taxation issues. Once the petitioner has had an opportunity to present their case, if you will, then the floor turns to the assessor's office, where if they choose to, they can rebut or they can address any issues that came up during the petitioner's opening. While all of this is going on, I'm trying to avoid crosstalk and have the communication go through the hearing officer or directed through the hearing officer to avoid any argumentative or debates that can perhaps occur. Once the assessor's office is completed with their rebuttal, then the floor turns back to the petitioner because of the burden that they have to overcome. They're giving the final word, so I give them an opportunity for a final statement, and I will typically render a decision at that moment. If for some reason there's a legal issue or a practical issue that I feel like needs additional research, I have taken cases from time to time under advisement to either obtain additional advice from counsel or other resources, and then submit that decision in writing to the clerk, who disseminates that decision to both the assessor's office and also that of the petitioner within the statutory guidelines.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And as noted, for the sake of the record, we're just looking at process and seeing that we also have a written record in our packet that shows that due process was followed. I have what I need to know, Madam Chair, for the sake of this decision. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And members of the board, we have before us a resolution. I should ask first, any other questions, concerns from members of the board, or questions you might have to legal counsel or to our hearing officer? If not, Clerk Daly, can you please read the resolution? We'll see if we can obtain a motion on that.
Thank you. This is resolution number 2022-01, a resolution of the Board of Equalization of Coconino County, Arizona, receiving and accepting the hearing officer's decisions for petitions for valuation review tax year 2023, hearings conducted August 25th, 2022. Whereas the Board of Supervisors has certain statutory authority pursuant to ARS 42-16103 to appoint a hearing officer to review petitions filed under ARS 42-19052. And whereas at a lawfully conducted meeting on June 14th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors appointed hearing officer Howard Chuck Johnson. And whereas the hearings were conducted according to ARS 42-16106 and ARS 42-19052 on August 25th, 2022. And now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Equalization hereby receives and accepts the attached decisions of hearing officer Howard C. Johnson for petitions for valuation review for tax year 2023 as listed in the attached protest master log. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as read?
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion that we are approving resolution 2022-01, receiving and accepting the hearing officer's decisions for petitions for review and property evaluation for the tax year of 2023 hearings conducted August 25th, 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have passed the resolution. Thank you, Attorney Winkler, for being with us, and for our hearing officer, Chuck Johnson, for being with us this afternoon. Appreciate your attendance.
Great to see Rose. Hi, Rose.
Thank you. Good to see all of you.
All right, members of the board, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Brigade. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, and we have a public hearing. Not a surprise, this public hearing comes from District 3 yet again. This is a public hearing, consideration, and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding an application number 201774 for a series 011 hotel motel liquor license for Backland located at 6929 East Rosalita Springs Road, Williams, Arizona 86046. Agent is Mark Allen Jones, and I see he is with us. I see he has been brought up as a panelist. And at this time, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. As you said, we received a liquor license application from the state, and this is for Backland located at 6929 East Rosalita Springs Road in Williams. And this is in Supervisor District 3's district. The agent is Mark Allen Jones, who is with us today. And the application is for a Series 11 hotel motel liquor license. We did have a the notification of the hearing was posted at the location of the business for 20 days. And the application was provided to our 4 departments that review it: the Sheriff's Office, Risk Manager, Health and Human Services, and Community Development. They do not have any concerns regarding the application. As you know, the supervisors do not issue the liquor license. They are making a recommendation to the state regarding the liquor license.
And has the county received any comments from members of the public with regards to this liquor license?
At this time, the county has not received any comments or concerns regarding the liquor license application.
All right, and I assume that the application, et cetera, is in order according to the requirements of the statute?
That is correct.
Very good. So members of the board, any questions on procedure? Any questions with our clerk? Before I turn this over to Mark Jones to make some comments, and then at that point, I'll open this up to a public hearing. Seeing no comments from the board at this time, I'm going to ask if Mark Jones will join us and make any comments he would like to make, and then I'll open this up to the public hearing.
I have no comments. I just want to say thank you very much for considering this and appreciate you recommending us.
Very good. Thank you, Agent Jones. And any questions, comments? If not, members of the public, now is the time for you to be heard on this public hearing. This is a public hearing and possible recommendation by this board for an approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding the application we just talked about for a hotel motel liquor license for backlands located in Williams, Arizona. Would you please, Clerk Daly, let the public know how they can join us and be heard at this public hearing?
Of course, thank you, Chair. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment regarding this public hearing on this liquor license application, you can hit the raise hand icon that appears as a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen. You can click that raise hand icon and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Very good. Members of the public, now is the time to join us for this public hearing.
And at this time, we have no hands raised.
Okay, and this is our second and last call for the public hearing for those who may want to join us to be heard on this possible recommendation of approval.
And there are still no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
All right, at this time, I am going to close our public hearing and I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues, members of the board. Do you have any comments or questions with regards to this liquor license application? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, actually, I'm prepared to make a motion associated with it.
Very good.
Okay, and just noting, we have in our record, and as noted by the clerk, it's been reviewed by the Sheriff's Office, the Health District, Community Development, and our Risk Management, and have not had any issues that have arisen from this. And so we don't have a recommendation yet, as noted by our agent, but I will make the recommendation, a recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control, and that's regarding application 2001-774 for a Series 11 hotel motel liquor license for Backland located at 6929 East Rosalita Springs Road, Williams, Arizona. That's 86046. That's my motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor of recommending the approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License for the liquor license for Backlands in Williams, Arizona, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
It is unanimous. So congratulations and all the best of luck to Backlands. And we look forward to seeing you in Williams.
Free, huh?
Thank you very much.
That was good luck to them. I really do wish them well. But welcome to District 3, a new liquor license here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we look forward to joining you in Williams, Supervisor Ryan. All right, at this point, we are down to, and we're almost right on time. I want you, Sue Brown, to note that. We are item number 13, This is presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding an update on area plans and long-range planning. Long-range planning update to include discussions on efforts to create a short-term rental ordinance, a new lighting ordinance, administrative amendments to the zoning ordinance, and regional and comprehensive plan statutory updates. And I know we do have some members of the public that have joined us. They're anxious to hear about the area plan and long-range planning and are joining us. And we heard that in the call to the public for Grand Canyon Junction. So we look forward to hearing from that as well. And I also see that we have a familiar face that has joined us again. And with that, I am going to turn this over to community, or is it Melissa Shaw? Who did this go to first?
Chairperson Jay Christelman is here, our Community Development Director, and I'm certain he will introduce the item and turn it to Melissa Shaw to go through the details of the effort.
Is he going to turn it over to Jess McNeely at some time?
He might be, and then.
So we can thank him for coming back. We missed him, but we're so glad to see he's back with us. So, all right.
Me too,
Jay?
Madam Chair. Thank you. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I was just going to turn it right over to Melissa. You know, she is our dedicated long-range planner, which the board provided for us several years ago to really focus on a number of things that were quite dated and desperately needed updates. The department's been so busy these last few years, we haven't had time for other staff planners to do much other than assist Melissa in her efforts. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn it right over to Melissa. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay, and good afternoon, supervisors. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Do you see the presentation now?
Yes, we do. Thanks, Melissa. Good to see you this afternoon.
Great. Thank you very much. It's good to see everyone. So today, as Jay mentioned, I'll be presenting recommendations to you for how to prioritize updating the county's area plans. And we'll also discuss those in relation to all of our long-range planning projects. So just in thinking about the county's area plans, I just wanted to remind everybody about what they are, how they function, and first and foremost, they are amendments to the county's comprehensive plan. And like the comprehensive plan, area plans, they reflect local residents' vision for the future of a specific area. They contain goals and policies for development, and they guide land use decisions when the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Supervisors make decisions on land use projects such as conditional use permits, rezonings, and subdivisions. Although the area plans, the primary focus is on land use, they're also community references, and they do contain a lot of background data about that specific community. And you can see here, this slide details the county's 9 area plans. These are listed newest to oldest. And we are currently nearing the end of the process to update the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan that was first adopted in 1988, was adopted again in 2001, and then we started the current update in 2020. We are nearing the end of this process, and we'll talk a little bit more about the details for adoption in a little bit. The Belmont area plan was the second newest, adopted in 2019, followed by Fort Valley Highway 180 corridor area plan in 2011. And you can see then in descending order with Oak Creek Canyon area plan being the oldest, that was last updated in 1989. I do want to point out that the county has also adopted 1 rural planning area. And the Diablo Canyon Rural Planning Area was adopted in 2005 for the Flying M and Bar T Bar ranches. Rural planning areas are different than area plans because they're initiated by landowners, and they focus mainly on providing economic development incentives intended to keep those agricultural areas and uses viable for those ranches. And this next slide shows you not the total extent of the county, but it does show you all of the 9 area plans and then the 1 rural planning area. These call out boxes also show you more information about what we'll be talking about today as far as building permit activity and planning permit activity over the past 2.5 years. And so in preparing for this year's area plan update analysis, we looked at several different sources to help make recommendations to you about how to prioritize updating the area plans. As with the comprehensive plan, area plans should be updated every 10 years or as conditions change. And in considering those conditions, we look at factors that can impact land use decisions and land uses. So for this update, we looked at the first 4 on this list. So the 2 lower ones were looked at previously, but the 4 factors that we looked at for this update were year of adoption and then the subsequent updates. So the age of the area plan, the planning permit activity, and that would include all types of planning permit activity, including temporary use permits, conditional uses, subdivisions, land division permits. So it's the entire package of all types of permits that we issue from our planning staff. We also look at building permit activity. And then this year, we were able to look at population changes based on new data that's been released from the 2020 census. Previously, the board in 2017 and in 2019 prioritized the area plan updates using this list. And as you can see, Belmont area plan was a high priority. That update has occurred. We're in the process of finishing the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan update. And the other 3 high priority area plans were Parks, Red Lake, and then what was then called the Valley area plan. So we are now looking at new information to shift these around for this year's update. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the new population information that is available for this analysis. And it gets a little bit interesting because with the 2020 census, we were able to work with the Census Bureau prior to them going out to enumerate to actually align the geography of the area plan boundaries more or less closely with how they enumerate what's called a census designated place, or CDP for short. And what's important about CDPs is that they'll give us a picture of the population and the demographics of that population within a specific area. So we were fortunate to have the Census Bureau accept our geography for 3 new CDPs to include Belmont, Oak Creek Canyon, and Red Lake. And so what's important about that, again, we'll have now specific population data available. We do have population data available now for 2020 in those areas. In addition, we were able to more closely align the geography for Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood, Fort Valley 180 corridor, and also the Valley area plan. Previous CDP boundaries did not match the area plan boundary very well. So just to give you a little bit of background on some of the changes that occurred with the 2020 census enumeration. So now all of the county's 9 area plans are enumerated as a CDP, census designated place. And again, the geography more or less closely aligns with the area plan boundary. So what you can see here is that there were some population increases and population decreases within our area plans. The Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area plan, the Parks area plan, and the Fort Valley area plan all had population increases between 2010 and 2020. The Valley area plan, Coconino Village, and Mountain Air have population decreases. And then for Belmont, Oak Creek Canyon, and Red Lake, we didn't have that 2010 population to compare that to. We do know, though, of course, that Belmont is growing in population just based on the new housing units. So that's just a bit of background information in terms of the population changes that we've seen. And then the next indicator that we looked at and then started evaluating that based on population changes were the permit activity. So this slide actually combines permit activity, building permit, as well as planning permit activity. And you can see that Red Lake actually had the greatest amount of permit activity. And this period was between January 1st, 2019 through August of this year of 2022. And that was then followed by parks, and then the Fort Valley 180 corridor, and then the Valley area plan. And you can see associated with that then the population changes, whether they be an increase or a decrease. Fort Valley 180 corridor had the largest amount of population increase in that decade, 2010 and 2020. Again, though, those area plan boundaries did expand. So that partly accounts for that population increase. Followed by parks, and then again, Valley, we actually saw a decrease in the population for that area. And so we looked at how the area plans, how we would recommend updating the area plans for the next round, a list for you to choose from based on looking at the age of the area plan, the population changes, and the permit activity. And Red Lake is actually the oldest area plan on this high priority list, it being adopted, or rather last updated in 1992. It also had the highest permit activity for this past 2.5 years. The Parks area plan had the second highest number of permit activity with a 16% increase in population. And then Valley Grand Canyon Junction is actually the second oldest area plan and had the third highest number of permits, but did see a decrease in population. And then finally, the Fort Valley 180 Highway Corridor is the newest of these area plans. It was updated in 2011. It had the third highest number of permits and the highest increase in population. And then you can see we put as low priority Belmont and the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area plans as their most recently updated, as well as the Diablo Canyon Rural Planning Area. And then the medium priority would be Kachina Village, Oak Creek Canyon, and Mountain Air area plans. This next slide gives you an idea of the long-range planning projects that we're currently working on. And as I mentioned, we are now in the public hearing phase of the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area plan. That is actually scheduled for public hearing, the first public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission this month on October 26th. If the commission recommends that that plan be forwarded to you for approval, then you would hear it at your public hearing on December 13th of this year. Also in December of this year, we plan to bring you the comprehensive plan implementation report, which is an update that details from a overall broad brush look at how the county is doing to implement our current comprehensive plan. And this is really intended to be a precursor to kicking off the comprehensive plan update. And as you may recall, Arizona revised statute requires that the county update our comprehensive plan every 10 years. So given that the current comprehensive plan was adopted in December of 2015, we, in order to stay in compliance with ARS, we would need to have another update prepared for adoption in December of 2025. Updating the comprehensive plan, it's a multi-year effort, and we anticipate beginning this early in 2023. That will include travel to our remotest parts of the county so that we make sure that we connect with communities in all places of the county, and that we actually go to where people live so that they can participate actively in workshops to create the vision for the next area plan update. We also do plan to convene a scoping group prior to this to help us frame the context for the next area plan update. And that would include identifying initial topics for consideration, as well as evaluating the existing comprehensive plan and taking that in context with the implementation report, seeing what needed to be changed, but potentially in terms of topics. Also looking at the process that was used previously and really giving it a good critique as we go forward with the next update. So you will have continuous updates on our comprehensive plan updates starting in early 2023. And as you know, we're in the process, we're actually moving into the second phase of the regional plan update that began last year in 2021. And you will actually hear a more detailed update about the regional plan when you meet with the city council next Monday. The regional plan update is an agenda item for you to hear next week. The due date, or rather the target completion date for the regional plan, is also December 2025. So these are parallel processes, updating the county's comprehensive plan as well as the regional plan.
Melissa, may I interject real quick?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Supervisors, Jay here. The committee members for the comprehensive plan, they are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. So if not too much to ask, if you could start thinking about maybe whom you'd want to participate on the area plan committee. It was similar to how the commission was set up. I believe we had 2 representatives from each district. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Jay.
Thanks.
And so we would recommend, given these other big projects that are beginning very immediately, that the updates to the area plans begin and be ongoing after the comprehensive plan and the regional plans are updated and adopted in December of 2025. We do have other projects that do go along throughout this time and concurrent with these long range planning projects, and that we're looking at updating the zoning ordinance potentially, although possibly not with the short-term rental ordinance. I understand that may become a different type of ordinance, but we do know that on the horizon is an update to the zoning ordinance to include the new lighting ordinance that will be very similar, if not identical, to what the city of Flagstaff is right now considering as an update to their lighting ordinance. And that's important so that we stay parallel with the city as far as lighting zones and also lighting standards. So that will be one of the next updates to our zoning code. And then we have a list of general clarifications, updates, and corrections to the zoning ordinance that we do need to bring forward in the near future so that the zoning ordinance operates more efficiently and effectively for people bringing forward projects for approval.
Melissa, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Madam Chair and Supervisor of the Board, I just wanted to make it known that the lighting code, that was a tangible outcome from the joint land use study. So what the recommendation was from the JLIS was to have the city lead the initiative on writing the lighting code because it's much more impactful for the city than it is for the county. So we've just largely been attending the public meetings and visiting with city staff to go over some of those changes. But it is an important outcome from the joint land use study. Thanks.
And you might want to also mention, Jay, while you're on that, is that we did meet with some representatives of the city, and they're also in the process of looking at their short-term rental ordinance, and hopefully we can collaborate with that so that our city county ordinances will be at least complementary with each other.
Agreed. Yes, I did share that. And when Melissa was referencing a different type of ordinance, it was referencing that it's very likely going to be a standalone document.
In other words, not part of planning and zoning, but standalone ordinance.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay and Supervisor Horstman, for clarifying that. And I just want to mention too, the other project that we work on, and you heard recently about the Route 66 Brownfield Coalition Grant, and the current coalition grant will be effective through 2023. There's a possibility that NACOG will apply for another grant next year that makes then run until 2027. There's also a second Brownfields grant that we're working on applying for, and you heard that discussion recently as well, where we're applying to the Environmental Protection Agency on a competitive basis for a grant that would potentially fund hazardous materials removal for the old county jail. So that's another project that we're currently helping to prepare the application for. And then we obviously have miscellaneous mapping projects that go on all the time. So that's the update that we have for you today. And we're happy to answer any questions or take directions on any of this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa and Jay, for your input and questions from members of the board.
Madam Chair, if I could chime in.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, just any chance you can pull that questions down so we can see the other board members on the screen, and that would help out. Oh, there we go. Hey, Melissa. I just saw Patrice. I don't know if I can get that full screen to see everybody. Just various areas of note. One is, I'm glad we're moving forward with lighting ordinance. We've been waiting on that for a long time. With STRs that were on it, how it comes out, we'll get it before us. That we're doing the right thing is the important thing, and that it's moving as rapidly as possible, but doing it well is a big piece associated with it. As far as the committees, just for clarification, not only do we need two members for the regional plan, but we also need members for the comprehensive plan. So there are two different plans where, is that correct?
Jay, I'll be happy to chime in on that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. You beat me to it.
So we will definitely need committee members for the county's comprehensive plan, and we will be coming back to you and the city council both for a recommendation on what to do as far as appointing a committee on the regional plan. That has not been 100% confirmed yet, but we'll be coming back to you, both you and the city council, on that matter as well.
And that's about a year out for when it's suggested that the advisory committee for the regional plan will occur.
That's right.
Yes. And one time we had negotiations, the next time it was kind of easy. So we'll see how this one goes. I do have two recommendations that I already forwarded over, and it's an area for discussion for the board to think about, assuring that we represent various sectors of the community, and value components also associated with that. And Madam Chair, I'm just kind of walking down a list real quick on it. As far as the update on the area plan, since we're suggesting the idea of 2025, is we can see the patterns. There are top three that are in there. Those patterns may shift. And we still have time to watch what's happening with permits, what pressures come up. And examples that would come up. One is up in the Valley area. There's a desire with Grand Canyon Junction nowadays, a desire to address. It's always been a plan that pushed for commercial components, but you have the residential effects that occur related to that, and that the community is growing some. I guess we saw it was growing less last year or so, but probably over the past several years. There are zoning enforcement issues, and it's way overdue at looking at what happens with paper subdivisions, where if anywhere in the county, that's where we have most, if not almost most paper subdivisions. Similar to Red Lake area, we definitely have paper subdivisions that fall into it a little bit. With that, pressures that we've seen with the Red Lake area plan was when we had the wind farm, the area plan was written for protecting view sheds. It wasn't consistent with the comprehensive plan. And so it was weak. We also had controversies associated with how to locate a wood manufacturing opportunity where the wood was. And so that's a discussion that the community really needs to have as it relates to that. Parks, I guess the pressures had happened as it relates to commercial along the I-40 corridor, whether it be in Pittman Valley associated with water or any, even though the plan recommended commercial at the Parks interchange, there were value components that they wrestled with that. And so these are just those type of things. And Oak Creek Canyon, they're pretty much built out, but they're having pressures of traffic. I don't know how much that would influence the discussions. That some of these areas are close to being built out. So where are we with that? So, you know, as I look at it, two pieces that I think, you know, might be a good idea would be, one is watch patterns, see how, you know, what is evolving in those particular areas. The other one is that we need to have a discussion at budget level is, are we supporting planning when we have these growth things going on well enough, or do we bring in additional support? Because an area that we haven't talked about are rural planning areas. We have an example of Diablo Trust, but we get pressures out like along the I-40 corridor, where there's been development that has occurred out there that might make sense for an RPA. It's usually dealing with ranching community, but it's primary land ownership that we have, we watch the good thing is the comp plan was there to implement renewable energy. But if you look at the Babbitt ranches, you know, that almost begs for an RPA and those type of pressures associated with that. So they're just my quick observations on that. If we had additional staff, we might be able to bring something like another RPA or move one of these area plans forward sooner than 2025. And they're my quick observations, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments, questions from the board? Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, thank you. I'd just like to thank the staff for all their hard work on these area plans, having gone through the Fernwood Timberline Donny Park area plan over the last 2 years or so, and watching all the work that Melissa and her team have done in getting this prepared. I appreciate the work, and just want to say thank you for such hard work, and look forward to seeing what the next area plans that will be addressed by the county. So thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Others? Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the area plans are really important tools. We use them as part of our decision making when we're going through you know, the planning and zoning and other decision making, and becomes part of our comprehensive plan. However, we're limiting ourselves. You know, we have a narrow view, and I really believe that we need to look at like the Marble Canyon area. You may think that there's limited property there, but you know, our decision as far as planning and zoning, our policies in terms of our just the decision making is just, you know, I've been really working to say, when you do zoning, take it out. You know, it's Flagstaff zoning and these area plans, they're not the same as Marble Canyon. Marble Canyon is very different, and Tuba City are very different than the communities out here, so zone them out. So therefore, I like to see an area plan for the Marble Canyon and the Tuba City, so that we can really look at to see what the communities want. So in the Marble Canyon area, we do have limited private lands, but it's surrounded by federal lands. The federal lands doesn't see in its decision making has direct impact on these communities that are along the Vermilion Cliffs area, and it doesn't see it. And so that's where we are to really, if we were to do an area plan or in some way a plan, community planning, at least the federal lands and the communities there can work together to make sure that they know what the values are and just what we see the future to be. As you know, the federal lands can do a land exchange, and it may not be comfortable with our communities, but the federal lands do not know what the values are of the communities, so it may just do that. That's one thing. In Tuba City, it's right smack in the middle of Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation makes decisions, and Tuba City chapter makes decisions, and it doesn't consider the county island there. The county island, we only require, and after much somewhat negotiation and really having discussion, we have extended it to 300 feet, and also bringing notices to the local elected officials. However, we don't really know if they get it or how to get them involved. I think there needs to be a plan. In Tuba, that is for us that live in Tuba City, that is part of our community. And so how do we blend that, and how do we bring our values there? We approve items from the Board of Supervisors. Staff make decisions based on our plans, and yet the communities that it impacts don't have any say-so over it, and they have no knowledge that they're doing that. So for that reason, I would like to see a plan that is done there. So those are the two plans I believe that needs to happen, because it has direct impact, and those plans are not the same as what we require in within a city or a suburb of the city. Maybe called suburb, I'm not sure what you call it. But anyway, I would just propose that. But I believe that these plans are really important, because, and we need to also, the other thing that I like to see more of, we do area plans, but the same people start coming out, calling in the usual suspects. I like to see that be more of a broad participation. I know that it's very difficult to get community members to get involved and really be involved, and really have a comprehensive community involvement. I think it's really important to ensure that. I know that you all work very hard to make that happen. And I know that you all make sure you do that. So I just want to bring that out. And these plans need to be accurate also in terms of history, in terms of really summarizing the history of our region. We want to make sure that it's accurate, and that we are, because this document is used by other agencies like the federal agencies and our partners that are in our region. So I just want to bring those out. So thank you. That's why our comprehensive plan is so important. That's the other one that's coming up. That's the other one that we put a lot into, really edit a lot of it, and really made a lot of changes this last time that came around. I am now trying to gear up for that again and make sure that we make more improvements than what it was prior to the prior documents. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your work. Thank you for always being there and answering our questions and working with our communities.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Begay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the presentation, Melissa, and also Andy, you're here, and also we had Jay, I believe, is on the line. But I just want to say I'm really, really happy, that, where we have people that really work on these plans, to ensure that, we're thinking about short and long range plans, for our communities. So using the populations and also prioritizing them, and then doing an analysis of it, and then doing your plans. So I just really appreciate the steps that you go through in order to get things done, and making sure, and of course zoning. We really need, that's also, just like my colleague is saying, there are different situations in different areas of the locations that we oversee. So the comprehensive plan, the area plans and stuff like that, I think should be considered for wherever it's feasible, with it throughout the whole county. So I just want to reiterate that also. So, but I know it takes a long time. People come to meetings, they have their views, and you try to incorporate everything, but you go with a consensus. And so I just want to say thank you for the people that have really, really been involved. The one that I've been involved with is the one, the Donny Park area plan. And so I just want to say the meetings were good. Everybody was informed, the questions were answered, and the staff are very knowledgeable in these areas. So I just want to say thank you very much, for being out there for our communities. And we do have a big area to serve, within the 5 districts. So I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I'm going to make a couple comments too on this. And then I would like to get at the end here some clarification on from both Melissa and Jay on what they may be looking for in terms of direction from us. So just some comments. So for right now, first of all, I am looking forward to continue collaboration and working on that short-term rental ordinance, although it's going to be separate from the planning and zoning ordinance. Obviously, there's a lot of interrelation and overlap with regards to a lot of our zoning ordinance and what we're going to end up with short-term rentals. And to members of our community, we hear you and we're hearing what you're saying, and we want to work in collaboration with the city to do what we can within the limited confines of the law to proceed on some kind of registration process and short-term rental ordinance. So we look forward to working with the board as we move forward on that. Lighting ordinance, I also am very much looking forward to the new lighting ordinance. And it looks like the city's going to be taking the lead. So I'm assuming that's going to come back to us. That is wonderful, and look forward to hearing from you further on that. And then moving on to the area plans, and I'll try to keep this short because I know we have a very long evening and I know we're going to need a break. But with regards to the area plans, I do appreciate the priorities that were listed. I think those priorities are appropriate given the changes within those areas, but most importantly, on how old the existing area plans are. And so I know that there are some members of the community. I can tell you that Valley, Grand Canyon Junction, they have been working, they approached Jay Chrisselman and said, hey, what can we do? They've got a committee going. They've got a community that's involved and interested and is looking forward to direction from the county on how they can proceed with an area plan. So some of the initial groundwork, if you will, or homework that needs to be done for an area plan, it looks like they're already in the process of doing. So I do look forward to working with Melissa and with you, Jay, and seeing how we can proceed on that. And then I see you have both Red Lake and Parks. Those are not in my district, but certainly I'd like to hear from the supervisors on those as well. But I'm assuming they would be in support of proceeding with area plans since they are very old and out of date, more than likely. And then lastly, Fort Valley and 180 corridor, that may be fourth on the list just because it's a more recent one, even though it's also very old. And certainly we see so much change along that Fort Valley 180 corridor. And the same with Valley. I'm really surprised to see the population loss because when you go out there, you drive out there, and there is so much development and growth that you see. So it's a surprise, but we all know sometimes that it's hard to count numbers and count developments, isn't it? Isn't it, Melissa? And because there certainly is a lot of growth, a lot of change that we see in that area as well. So, you know, I am certainly looking forward to hearing how we can proceed on some of these very old area plans and work with the communities, much like Supervisor Begay and Vice Chair Vasquez have done in their areas. And I look forward to working with, at this point, Valley, Grand Canyon Junction, and eventually Fort Valley 180 corridor. And I'm going to look to Supervisor Begay and Vice Chair Vasquez on getting their input on how to proceed moving forward on these. And because they certainly have done and worked very hard, and I've watched them work very hard in the hard on the Donny Park Timberline and Fernwood process. So thank you. And Melissa, I don't know if you and Jay have any additional comments to make on what you're looking for from us, other than these basic comments that we've provided.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisors and Melissa, I can start real briefly. Melissa and I we talked about this at length before. It was right before Jess came back. And I would share that the board and the manager's office during this past budget season was actually very generous to acquiescing to our requests for long-range planning funds, but those were to pay for our share, so to speak, of the regional plan process, because there's a cost share program there, as well as our comprehensive plan kickoff. Obviously, those funds are going to be carryovers because we're not starting for the comp plan until January. So we have talked to and engaged with interim public management to contract with the individual who helped us last time with the comprehensive plan. Her name is Loris Rao, and she's very capable. She knows our county very well. So with that said, during budget season and with what Supervisor Ryan said, over the next 7 or 8 months, we could evaluate kind of what the permit activity is looking like. We've got lots of energy projects in the queue that are mostly in Babbitt's. So we can track that data, and then during budget season, ask for some funds to have a contract planner help us out. I did bring that up to her, and she at least initially indicated that she'd be interested. So I just wanted to share that a little bit, that we are thinking about that.
And the area plans?
That's what I'm talking about.
Area plans, not comprehensive plan. Okay.
Right, that's already funded. So it would be a budget request this coming fiscal year, and to hire a contract planner to help us with the area plans.
So that we really won't see any activity on the area plans till sometime in July of next year. Is that what you're saying, Jay?
Probably so. We can definitely engage with Miranda up in Grand Canyon Junction, because she has started some of these efforts, and to have her continue with that could be very helpful in accomplishing one of the area plans sooner.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Melissa, I'm sorry, did you have anything to add?
Just one other thing, and that is when we do begin the comprehensive plan update, that will also be another really important opportunity for all these area plan communities to participate in that process. Because, you know, realizing that the area plans are amendments to the comprehensive plan, which is our overall guiding document, we can still gather a lot of information and understand local issues through the comprehensive plan process. So we will be going out to Tuba City and Marble Canyon, as well as our designated area plans, and reaching out to those communities and bringing them into the comprehensive plan update process. So those communities will be have an opportunity to be very active in that planning process as well. And then, like I said, any information that we get during that time will then be very useful for any area plan updates.
So it looks like not a lot's going to happen for a while. Is that what you're saying? I hear, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, Melissa and Jay.
I think two things there. If we do have some contract funding to start area plan updates, they could begin earlier. It would also be in tandem with the comprehensive plan update. So those two processes together can provide information back and forth and help to inform the comprehensive plan process, can help to inform an area plan update, and then vice versa. So I think that they can actually go at the same time, given enough resources.
So are you going to be coming back to the board for additional funding?
Well, that was my understanding of what we were anticipating for the next fiscal year budget request. Is that right, Jay? Is that what you were thinking?
That is what I was thinking. That way we could have multiple long-range planning projects going simultaneously.
All right. Any other comments or questions? I guess we gave you what you wanted, right? I didn't hear that you wanted more. We want more, but you want more money. We heard that part. So.
Well, we need to make sure that when we're talking about community planning, that we are addressing all of our communities. And we have not done that up to this point. So I want to make sure that we have that that priority there. Yes, they can be involved in a comprehensive plan, but doesn't mean that there is a they need the resources and they need that assistant that is out there. So I just want to just reiterate that again, and I'm more than happy to be having site meetings on that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yeah, Supervisor Ryan.
And, I'm curious from, it'd be interesting to get advice from staff, but also kind of think about the box hit with the plans, comprehensive plan. These are state mandates. So we're tying them to what's required associated with it. And that's where we cross over into, which are we doing next? How do we do it? But we get different bubble areas and we tried it once upon a time in Mormon Lake. It didn't work. But I can explain different reasons associated with it. But staff at that time was just trying to take a look at, we know we have these smaller bubble areas where it might be a private inholding that begs for a different way of looking at it. How do you work with the federal agencies along with that private inholding? And that was the intent of Mormon Lake. It didn't have a committee that was set up, and that kind of cascaded and just lost its support from the community, and we didn't carry forward. It doesn't mean that we can't be thinking that way, but and or the rural planning areas. So our rural planning areas are intended to, to look at a bigger bite of the apple, but not quite the comprehensive side that you get with an area plan with it. The other piece of it, though, is we're getting slammed by growth for this particular department. We're behind on updates on area plans, and we have a capacity issue associated with it. So these are discussion points that, affect which ones can we hop into? How do we go about it? And or, if we did a mini version, is it an economic plan or is it a land-based plan? And if they're, combined, what is that? So, I think it's healthy to have the conversation just to, test ourselves to see, do we even have the capacity? And if we do, how would we go about it? Or if not, what kind of delay do we have associated with it? Because, if you go to the statute piece, the intent of the comp plan and the area plans and what we intended to do was update them every 10 years. We're way behind on just the currently existing area plans. And again, when you do a comprehensive plan, my gosh, that's all hands on deck. It really is. We're talking about area plans, but we have to get through this comp plan. And it does have implications to pieces of these islands that we have out there that don't fit into that threshold that we find with the area plan. So anyway, just I know we need to move on, but it's You know, and I'm sure each of us could probably bubble up with other pieces, but I think it's healthy to continue the conversation. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I guess we want a apple-sized bite, as Matt's saying. No, I just want to make sure that, maybe this could be another, maybe another topic, see how we can look at other what we're talking about as far as area plans or that will fit into comprehensive and all these things. So I think this is going to be a whole total new another area that we need to look at, because there are already 9 that are listed that we're trying to get that out, and then we need to also look at others.
Supervisor Begay, we're losing you, which is, I know you're right
so
there.
that we're ready when the time comes. I don't know, but I'm just talking away here.
I know, and we're
your
starting to
internet
lose you. So
connection
maybe
is
if somebody from
unstable.
somebody in
That's what
the
it says.
county could go and check on her.
We will do that, Madam
on
Chair.
her- Thank you. Sorry, Supervisor Begay, please continue.
But anyway, I just want to say that, traditionally, when you start working on something, they always say it takes 4 times in order to really, get to where you want to go. And this is a first that, that Mormon Lake was tried and it didn't work. So we still have 3 more chances. So I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. All right. Any other final comments? If not, thank you. And I know we'll probably be hearing from you again. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot about this as we move forward. So thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Jay.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
Supervisors, and Melissa, thank you all. The lighting piece will be moving forward pretty quickly. And that's all we really need to do on that is format it and do our public noticing. So once the city's ready, so that'll be out of the queue pretty quickly. One less thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So members of the board, it is not 7 minutes to 5, and we do have a break scheduled because we have a regular session starting at 6 p.m. And at this regular session, it is going to be the continued windmill zoning matter. And I know this is going to be a fairly lengthy matter. And so I want to make sure we do get a dinner break. We can stand up and stretch our legs and get ourselves prepared for this. This is a public hearing. And so I'm going to ask that when we come back on, and just for purposes of the public hearing, that we make sure our video, our as much as we can, our mute button and our voice is all working. And just for the record, I think it'd be great if you wouldn't mind, please keep your cameras on unless we are dealing with a PowerPoint. But that way it's easier for us to keep track of the quorum. And it's also easier for us to keep track of the voting. So when we get back, if you would please keep your cameras on for the public hearing, I'd really appreciate it. So with that, and unless there's something that Andy or Sue you have, let's adjourn and take a dinner break, and we'll be back at 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Letts, are you there? I'm gonna promote you if you want to accept the promotion. Are you there, Mr. Letts? I just tried to promote you so you can come over as a panelist. You there? Mr. Letts, are you there? I'm trying to promote you as panelist. If you can accept the promotion. There you, oh. Mr. Lutz, are you there? Mr. Lutz, I'm trying to promote you as, there you go. All right, you are a panelist, so you can turn your camera on. And you can, if you hover down, you can see that green box with that arrow that says share screen. If you want to click on that, you can test your screen sharing.
All right, I am going to bring this up. And
well, your microphone and your camera are working. That's good.
Can you see this? Can you see my screen?
No, I can't see anything yet. Oh, there it goes.
Now, there we're talking. Okay.
There we go. I can see. Yep.
Let me scroll on this thing. Make sure.
Okay.
Why is it not scrolling? You know what? I don't think that's the right thing. Let me try this again.
Okay.
For some reason that was. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Come on. I'm opening this with an older version of Acrobat just because it behaves better.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me try this again. There we go. Now, can you see that?
I sure can. Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Now let me see if I can scroll, and why will it not? Okay, I can do it that way. Can you see my little hand?
I sure can. Yeah, the little white hand. Okay.
And then still?
Yep.
Okay. There.
Yep.
I'll just move through here and make sure it all comes up. You see in the lighting plan there?
Yep, I can see that with in the hand.
And then little architecture.
Yep.
A little bit more.
Yep, the resort residence.
Okay.
And the bird's eye view.
Yeah, these are all, I'll just run through these quickly.
Okay.
All views. Then I've got some exhibits at the end here.
Okay.
That's a letter, another letter. You seeing those?
Yep, sure am.
Nice. And that's the last one.
Yep.
I'm going to bring that back to the top. And so that's kind of the presentation there.
I can see it.
Okay, cool. So when we get to that point, you'll just I'll be able to see the green.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
just like you just did. So yeah, they're gonna come in and have the gallery of the pictures of them, and we will do the pledge and then the public comment for the beginning of the meeting, and then move into it. So once we move into it, I believe, well, I know that the staff will be presenting first. So once we get to your turn, you'll be notified when to go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Yeah, Bob will do his presentation and then probably hand it over to us. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, I'll just keep this up and running so I don't lose anything. And
okay. What
Yeah.
you want to do is go up to the, I don't know if it's at the top or the bottom of your screen and
Stop share.
yeah, stop share for now.
Okay. Will do.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you,
Lindsay.
Bruce. All right.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
Bye.
bye. Tom, this is Lindsay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lindsay. Can you hear me?
We sure can. So
All right,
we've
very
got
good.
your
Thank you.
microphone. And Mr. Scott Lawrence, if you want to test your microphone. And then Paul Gilbert, I am trying to, there you go. I've just promoted you. If you want to test your microphone, you can go ahead and test your mic.
Lindsay, did you hear me? This is Scott Lawrence.
Now I hear you. We didn't hear you if you were talking before, but now I hear
Okay,
you. Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
And then I'm trying to find Steve Lewis. Steve, if you're out there, can you raise your hand? Because I don't see you, but you may be joined by telephone number, which then we don't know your name. And if you want to hit *9, that will raise your hand if you're on the phone, Steve. No, I don't see Steve. All right. So Mr. Klein, I don't see Steve on yet.
Hold on, Lindsay. I'm trying to get a hold of him as we speak.
Okay, sounds good.
Lindsay, he's trying to get on currently, so as soon as he gets on, you'll see him.
Great, thank you. I will keep my eye out for him.
Hi, Lindsay. This is the tech for Paul Gilbert. Can you hear us okay?
I can. Thank you, Paul. We can see you. We can hear you.
I'm impressed.
Supervisor Fowler will return momentarily, Chair.
Very good. I think I do see Vice Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Ryan, and is Supervisor Begay. Oh, there she is, Supervisor Begay. So we're just waiting for Supervisor Fowler.
We do have Director Christelman, Deputy Director McNeely. If you guys want to accept promotion.
I did, Lindsay. Thank you. And Bob Short is waiting to join as well. He'll be presenting this evening.
I see. And Bob, if you want to accept promotion, that'll pull you over.
Thanks, Lindsay.
There we go. Thank you. All right, looks like we've got Mr. Lewis. If you want to accept the promotion, there you go. That'll pull you over.
Supervisor Fowler, are you with us?
I do not see her on just yet.
She is imminent, Chair. She will be right there.
There she is. I see her now.
I was talking to myself over here, saying, I'm here.
We can't miss that beautiful bright yellow shirt on you. So we see you.
I'm sitting on a rock over here.
Right.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, glad you're with us. And so it looks like we do have all 5 of the Board of Supervisors with us. And do we have everyone we need from the county staff? And also, then I'll wait to see if we have everybody we need here from the windmill staff. So do we have I'll ask first, Andy, do we have everybody we need from the county?
We do. If Bob is with us, Jay is Bob is with us. Hopefully he's promoted. He's presenting.
Yes, I'm here.
Very good.
We are
And
good
then,
with the county.
wonderful. And then from the windmill, I see we have Attorney Gilbert with us. I'm not sure who's presenting, but do we have everybody we need from windmill with us as well?
Yes, I think we do. Tom, are we missing anyone?
No, Madam Chair, we're all present.
Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate it very much. So with that, we are going to call our regular session here at 6 a.m. Or 6 p.m. in order. Our first order of business on our agenda is the call to order and the roll call. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I am also the supervisor for District 1. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. District 2.
My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
District 3.
Matt Ryan, District 3 representative or supervisor. Thank you. Good evening.
District 4.
Good evening, Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor. Thank you for being here.
District 5. Lena, Lena, you're muted.
Again.
We see you.
Yes, I represent District 5. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Our next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and our recorder, Lindsay Daly, will put a flag on the screen and also the Pledge of Allegiance. Those who can, please stand and honor our country through the saying of the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Our next order of business is call to the public. Members of the public, this is the time where you, the public, have an opportunity to address any item that is an area of concern that's not listed on the agenda. Remember that we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We also ask that you keep professional on your comments. This is an open public hearing and now open public meeting. And our clerk is going to explain how you can join us here for the call to the public. So Lindsay, can you please explain to the public how they can address the board?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during the public comment portion of the meeting, if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, there's a raise hand icon that will appear that looks like a hand. And if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And I do have a hand raised.
Very good.
Let me see here. Farah, I will go ahead and allow you to talk. And you just need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. So
for clarification, is this about the windmill or are we waiting to do that?
No, this right now is the call to the public, and this is to receive public comment from any item not on the agenda. The public hearing, we have not called the windmill matter, and the public hearing has not started. So these are for items that are not on the agenda, Farah. So thank you for joining us this morning. Do you want to wait for your comments until we have our public hearing opened?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, again, if anyone would like to make a comment at this time during public comment portion of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon or hit *9 if you've joined by telephone, and that will raise your hand and notify us you'd like to speak.
This is the last call, as we said before, for our call to the public. So members of the public, this is your time to join us and to address the board on questions, concerns that you may have on any item that is not on the agenda.
And at this time, Chair, there are no hands raised.
Very good. Thank you. Then, members of the public, we are closing the call to the public and we are moving on with the agenda. And I know we do have a number of folks here with us today. And we have before us public hearing, consideration, and possible action to approve Ordinance 2022-05, approving a request for a zone change from G, general, 10-acre parcel size zone to RC, resort commercial zone, with approval of a master development plan for the development of a resort, the property of which is located on the east side of I-17, 5 miles north of Munns Park, and 1/2 mile south of the Newman Park exit. It's owned by Windmill Ranch Resort LLC and is identified as assessor's parcel number 400-13-001, case number ZC-22-004, pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3. The Board of Supervisors may go into executive session to consult with its attorneys and to receive legal advice regarding this matter. And again, I know we have a number of individuals here from the Windmill Resort. And at this time, I want to thank them for continuing the hearing. As you know, we originally had a hearing date scheduled for this, and unfortunately, we experienced substantial technological difficulties trying to do an in-person meeting in our boardroom. And we are still working on our boardroom, and we hope at some point in the future, we don't know when, we'll get back our board facilities. But for now, we are all here. We have all 5 supervisors, and we are all appearing virtually. And if at this time, it would be good if you wouldn't mind just the folks that are on from Windmill Ranch. And Paul, you want to identify who's on with us?
Yes, thank you. On with us that I know of, and there may be more, but of course myself, Paul Gilbert, 701 North 44th Street, Phoenix. Next we have Bruce Lutz, who is our planner and author of our plan. Then we have Tom Klein, who represents the owner. He doesn't represent the owner. Pardon me, Tom. Tom is one of the owners. Tom, I don't see anyone else on. Is there anyone else here besides you?
Yes, we have Scott Lawrence is the other partner of Windmill Ranch Resort, and Chris Hawley is the other part of the ownership group. And then our last individual part of our team is Steve Lewis, who is our civil engineer.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you all for being here this evening. And as I said, thank you for the courtesy of stipulating to continue the hearing the first time. And we are looking forward to a full hearing and of which we can all hear and take part in and allow the public to take part in. So thank you so much. And with that, and members of the board, this is going to be a public hearing, as I indicated by reading the agenda item. We can go into executive session, we do have our legal counsel with us. Monique Cody is with us. And at this time, I'm going to ask the board if they would like to go into executive session for the purpose of advice from legal counsel, primarily to go over any procedures or questions you might have about procedures. We will not discuss any merits or any discussion on the merits of what's going to be presented to us here in open public meeting as part of our hearing. So with that, is there a recommendation or a motion, I should say, for the board to go into executive session for advice from legal counsel?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we go into executive session. This is Matt Ryan.
Second.
Supervisor Ryan made a motion to go into executive session. It was seconded by Supervisor Fowler. And all those in favor, please.
That was,
unmute
Madam
and
Chair, that
indicate-
was Supervisor Begay.
I apologize. It's Supervisor Begay. Thank you for making the second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of going into executive session for advice from legal counsel, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We will take a brief break to go into executive session for advice from legal counsel. Members of the board, remember, you must leave this meeting. You do have a Teams meeting link, which is our executive session link that we will go into executive session on, and then we will come back to our open meeting here using the Zoom link. So please leave this meeting and let's go into executive session. Thank you, and members of the public will be back with you in just a moment.
Supervisor Begay, please leave the meeting. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna make sure
Judy's still in.
I'm gonna make sure Judy is on Teams.
Yep, thank you.
Hi, Judy. I see Judy's back.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for, there's Matt. Geronimo. And Lena. There we go. All right, and it looks like our Deputy County Manager, Andy Bertelson, is back as well. So we are back out of executive session. We are back in open public meeting to continue item 14 on our agenda. As I indicated, this is going to be a public hearing. This is a public hearing. I will briefly go through the procedure. Obviously, the staff is going to be making a presentation on the application. The applicant is also present and will be making their presentation to us at any time during either the staff presentation or the applicant's presentation. The Board of Supervisors certainly can ask questions. Make sure that you understand what is being presented, and if you have any concerns or questions, that would be the time to ask them. At the conclusion of that, we will open this up to an open public meeting. The staff or the clerk will explain. The clerk will explain, much like she did for call to the public, how members of the public can join us for this public meeting. And I want to note that we have received emails and letters both earlier when it was originally scheduled for a hearing and now, and we will not read these into the record, but we will accept these written emails and letters, and they will become part of the complete record here at this public hearing. So after public comments, we will close the public hearing. If there are any questions, concerns, or comments in board discussion, we will do it at that time. Afterwards, we will entertain a motion for the board's pleasure on whether and how we go forward on this. And that is basically the overview of our procedures. We do notice this as an executive session for items involving legal questions or concerns, and the board at any time could elect to entertain a motion to go into executive session in the future. So any questions on the procedures or how we're going to go forward with this? See, none. And I know it's going to be a long and very engaging night. So let's go ahead and get on with this. This is, as I indicated, item number 14. And now is the time to hear from our staff. I'm going to turn this over to our Deputy County Manager to make the introductions and to start the staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. This is Andy Bertelson, Deputy County Manager for Coconino County. As you all will recall, and thank you for laying out the groundwork, Chair Horseman. We had this public hearing held live a few weeks ago. I can't give you the exact date right now. During that time, we had a lot of difficulties as we reemerged from our COVID protocols and our live setting. And so thank you to the applicants for continuing this public hearing and having this public hearing and agreeing to this public hearing in the virtual setting. We are all here this evening. We have all of our board members, all of 5 of our board members here prepared to have this public hearing. Bob Short will be making the presentation to our Board of Supervisors for this public hearing. And during this time, the applicants will be prepared to give a presentation as well, as I understand. And so thank you for your time this evening. And with that, I will turn it over to Bob.
Very good. Good evening, Bob. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll go ahead and start with the PowerPoint. My name is Bob Short. I'm Principal Planner at Community Development here at the county. I'll go ahead and share my screen and start the presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Windmill Ranch Zone Change, ZC 22004. And in this case, the property owner is the Windmill Ranch Resort, LLC of Tempe, Arizona. Excuse me, the applicant is Bruce Luntz of Green Valley, Arizona. The existing zoning is G, general. The proposed zoning is resort commercial. And the parcel size is 61.98 acres. So the request in this case is a zone change to resort commercial with approval of a master development plan for the development of a resort. And this request includes 70 casita lots. Those are lots with a cabin and an RV parking space, and 161 resort residences. Those are 2 and 3 bedroom cabins alone without an RV parking space. And I wanted to remind the board that in this case, all of the sites would be sold as fee simple for the structures with long-term leases for the land below the structures. And the applicant has let me know that those are at least 30-year leases. So it kind of runs with a mortgage. So that's how that would work in terms of selling these. The request also is for, part of the resort is a clubhouse, laundry and shower facilities, parks, trails and water features, and of course, pickleball courts. This is a vicinity map showing the subject property. It is about 5 miles north of Munns Park, located on Interstate 17. This is an aerial photo showing the subject property. You can see Interstate 17 on the west side. It's surrounded on the other sides by forest, but it's basically a meadow. I think many of us have seen this as we pass Newman Park exit. This is a photograph of the site. This is taken from the north side of the site looking south into the meadow. And this is further south toward the middle of the site, also looking back south toward the meadow. This is some background on this case. There was a previous zone change request on this property in 2021. It was recommended for approval by the commission and denied by the board. The current request was heard by the commission on April 27th, 2022, this year. And the commission recommended the board deny the zone change, and their vote on that was 4-2. And these are some of the proposed changes from the previous case. It is a 22.5% reduction in units. And that includes 151 RV sites. The previous request was changed to 70 RV sites, which are called casitas. They come with a little cabin. And the 147 cabins was changed to 161 resort residences. Again, that is 2 and 3 bedroom cabins. And I'll show you those in a minute. This is the previous development plan. As you can see in pink, closer to the interstate to the west, these are all the casita RV sites. So they've cut down on those quite a bit for this current request. And behind that, you'll see all of the cabin sites. And this is the current request, the master development plan for the current request. In this case, they have put the casita sites with the RVs and cabins in the middle of the property, and they have put the cabins on the outside, the cabins alone on the outside. And they've also added a little bit more space to the meadow here. They're calling this the Meadow Conservation Area. At the widest point, this is about 500 feet right in here. You'll also see 2 ponds. These are existing ponds. This one actually has water in it. I think this is called a Newman tank. And then there's the lower pond. They call it the upper pond, but this pond has less water in it at this point. I have really not seen water in it. They're proposing to enhance these ponds, run a stream between them, and I'll talk about this later, but stock them with fish. Over here, you can see the civil plans. This is where the utilities would be, their water infrastructure, and their wastewater infrastructure. This is their landscape plan. They propose to retain, of course, the existing trees on the site to the greatest extent possible, and also add new native trees, both deciduous and conifers, and also add native grasses on the site through enhancing the meadow and other ways. This is the lighting plan. It's basically a dark skies compliant lighting plan. They want to retain the dark skies for their clients, of course. This is an example of a casita lot. And as you can see, this is actually 2 of them. This is the casita on the right, and then this would be the RV space. So each of these would have this 1-bedroom casita and the RV space. And this is a rendition of a rendering of the casitas. They're basically small little 1-bedroom cabins. This is the floor plan. It's kind of a basic. This is illustrative. It's an illustration of what they would have, but this is what they call their resort residence. They are, as I said before, they're 2 and 3 bedroom cabins. They would come with the oversized garage and a porch, and they are 2 stories, presumably with the bedrooms on the upper story. And this is kind of a rendering of what those would look like. In terms of site access, access would be from Forest Road 772. That's a picture of it on the right there. And that Forest Road is accessed off the Newman Park exit off of I-17. It's located about a half a mile north of the property, and the applicant would pave this to Forest Service standards. They are working with the Forest Service, and they would need to pave this according to the standards supplied by the Forest Service. In terms of utilities, wells would provide the water and fire protection. Wastewater services would be provided.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes. Could you go back, Bob, to
Yes.
the access road and show me again where that access road in terms of the map? Just want to understand that again.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Let me go a little bit back here so you can see this doesn't actually show it on the aerial. It's
Where does it
the
come
access.
in? It's that off the ramp and coming in.
Yeah, so it comes off I can go back one more. You can see it from here. So this is where the ramp is. If you can see that, Supervisor Fowler. They come off the ramp, and it's about a half a mile down to the side. So this is Forest Road 772. And while I'm here, I'll just explain that 772 goes by the property and all the way back down here to Willard Springs. And this would be their emergency access going this way, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. Does that explain it?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I understood where it comes in from, because we drive it by all the time, so thank you.
Yes, we all do. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Yeah, we see this all the time.
Mhm.
Okay, so I was saying the wastewater services would be provided by sewer lines and a wastewater treatment plant. And the wastewater would be treated to a level that would allow it to be used in the ponds, the stream, and for landscape irrigation. Fire services would be provided by Pinewood Fire District. They're located about 5 miles away in Munns Park. And the Forest Service also has plans to thin the forest on 3 sides of this site. For fire safety, of course, when you have a thinned forest, the forest fires are less likely to take hold. They can't jump into the canopy. So in this case, they would be thinned on 3 sides of the site. And if you've been down this highway, as many of us have, you've already noticed they are doing a lot of thinning here, some very extensive thinning in this area as we speak. And as I just said, emergency access is provided via Forest Road 772 down to Willard Springs exit, about a mile and a half down the road from here. And the applicant would be required to upgrade that road to support fire trucks. All right, in terms of wildlife, as I said, the 2 ponds on the site would be enhanced. They'd be stocked with fish, and they would be for fishing, of course. And they would also remain accessible to wildlife. That's something the commission insisted on, that they be left open to wildlife, since these are very important water sources for that. And I'll talk about the floodplain in a minute, but the stream would be separated from the floodplain to prevent the fish from washing downstream and threatening federally listed fish in Oak Creek. So the stream would be raised somehow, and it would be kept out of the floodplain. And I'm not sure exactly how that works, but that was an important consideration for the wildlife planner. The existing fencing on the site would be turned to wildlife-friendly fencing. And this is a picture of that pond. As I said, this is I believe called Newman Tank. It's the pond on the north side. There's actually 2 ponds up there, but this is one of those. This property is on a gateway to the Flagstaff area. It is visible, very visible to vehicles on Interstate 17. The comp plan, and I just want to mention the comp plan, does discourage industrial development at gateways, but it does not discourage well-designed commercial developments. There are also 2 billboards on the property. These are legal non-conforming billboards. They can't be built currently under current rules with the county, but they are there and they can be kept there. The applicant has agreed to remove those if their case is approved. And this picture shows you the I-17 corridor. You can see lots of traffic. We've all seen all this traffic comes up I-17 on the right, and on the left, you can see the site, which is very visible to all the traffic coming up I-17. You can see the back side of the 2 billboards right here. And this is the front side of the billboard. So these would be removed as part of the conditions of the zone change. In terms of the floodplain, the comp plan policies, they do support protection of floodplains. In this case, the applicant proposes to move the floodplain away from areas proposed for the development. Now, this doesn't alter upstream and downstream drainage patterns. The water still comes in at the same location and still leaves the site at the same location, but it does move the floodplain, and that's a process you can go through with FEMA to do that. And I also want to mention that engineering permits will regulate the quality of the water that goes off of the site, because this ultimately does drain into Oak Creek. It goes down into James Canyon north of the site and ends up in the end in Oak Creek. And this is a narrow photo showing that floodplain. Note that this is Zone A, which is also known as the 100-year floodplain. This is basically at this point, the elevations are not established. That means that it's FEMA's best guess as to where the floodplain is. So the applicant would have to come in, delineate the location of floodplain, and then they'd move it over to the side, to the west side, closer to the interstate to provide more room for the development here. And this is a picture of part of that floodplain. If you've gone through here in the springtime, you'll note that especially on a real snowy winter where there's lots of snowpack, when it starts to melt, water accumulates on this side. And I noticed it this year when I went by. So water will accumulate back in here. It fills up this area, rises, and then runs into these culverts. And these culverts, it runs north, as I said, into eventually James Canyon and down into Oak Creek. In terms of a neighborhood for citizen participation, the applicant notified neighbors within 1 mile of the site and invited them to comment in lieu of a neighborhood meeting. Now, since this case had already gone through once, or there had been a previous case, and there really just isn't anyone around here within a mile. There are very few, if any, people that live there. There are property owners, of course. So we did waive, or the community development director did waive the requirement to have a neighborhood meeting because of the low density of population here. Staff.
Oh, I have a question. Madam Chair, so the 1 mile radius, no one lives within there, and that is because it's all forced around within the 1 mile radius?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, that is correct. It's basically in holdings in the National Forest around this area. There are a few properties up at the exit off of Interstate 17 at the Newman Park exit. There's a few properties there. I think there may be a house there. I don't know if it's occupied full time. And then up the hill from here, we actually put on a pretty big notification radius up the hill into the forest. There's another in holding that is just a large property up there, and there is no one there either. So there are very few people in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. So at the writing of this PowerPoint, we had received 7 comments, and 1 is in support and 6 opposed to the zone change. Today, I received 44 additional comments. So, and those were all opposed to the zone change. Those were provided to the applicant, and the board, I believe, has received those as well. And I do have to say that in some cases, there was one person that had multiple comments, but still there were 44 additional comments received today. And this is kind of a summation of the comments. I looked over the comments today a little bit. I wasn't able to, read them in detail because I got them pretty late today, but this still summarizes pretty much the citizen concerns that we've seen. Basically, they are impacts to wildlife, floodplains, meadows, open space, scenery, water and air quality, and damage to the fragile ecosystem. Increased tourism would bring more low-paying substandard jobs, increased housing costs, traffic congestion, damage to the forest, litter, crime, and the need for more law and forest service officers. And also visual impacts of the development and impacts related to increased use of off-highway vehicles. So that pretty much, I believe, still sums up the concerns. And I'm sure there are many more, but I think this is a good summation of those. Okay, I want to talk about the findings for a zone change. And these are the 3 findings for a zone change. The ones that I've underlined are the ones that the commission was not able to make. So I'll go ahead and go over those one at a time. And this is the commission's response to finding 1 or I. And finding I is changes consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance. And in this case, the commission indicated the zone change is not consistent with policies. They cited 3 specific policies that they believed this zone change is not consistent with. First one is land use and growth policy number 3, which discourages and limits commercial developments in an in-holding. And an in-holding in this case is, there are many different types, but in this case, it's a piece of private property completely surrounded by the national forest. They also cited land use and growth policy 25, which requires commercial development projects to be compatible with the character of the local area. And land use and growth policy 28, which requires large resort commercial uses to be in locations that can be adequately served by roads, water, sewer, and other public facilities and services. Okay, and finally, they also could not make finding 3 or III. And this finding says change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And in this case, this response is a pretty direct quote from one of the commissioners, and the other commissioners that voted to recommend denial also agreed with it. He said that the influx of hundreds of people brought in by the resort development would adversely affect the established character of the neighborhood. And there are also findings for a planned district zone change. There are 4 of those. Again, I've underlined the ones that the commission could not make the findings for, I should say. And I'll go over those. On A is that the development at the location proposed is consistent with and conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan or specific plan for the area. And again, the response was the zone change is not consistent with these policies. And they picked the same, they cited the same 3 policies: land use and growth policy number 3, land use and growth policy 25, and land use and growth policy 28. They could also not make B, and this is basically for the same reason for the location, that the development, it says that the development of proposed location is consistent with the objectives and standards of the planned district zone. Again, they couldn't make the finding because they did not believe it was an appropriate location according to the policies of the comp plan and other things. And also 3, or C, excuse me, that the development at the location proposed and the development standards to be followed or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. Again, they can make this finding because of the location. And with that, as I've said before, the commission forwards a recommendation of denial of ZC 22004 to the board on a vote of 4-2. If the board would like to approve this application, they may be approved by approving ordinance 2022-005, and that is located in your packet. In that particular ordinance, staff has made the findings. And with that, I'll take any questions from the board.
Thank you very much, Bob, and thanks for the presentation and the PowerPoint. Members of the board, do you have any questions? We are going to hear from the applicant, so we can always go back and ask Bob or the applicant questions when the applicant finishes. But if you have some questions now to ask Bob, please let me know. All right. It looks like we're good. And so at this point, and I'm not sure who's going to present on behalf of Windmill Ranch Resort, but we look forward to hearing from Windmill Ranch. Paul, is that going to be you or somebody else?
Good evening, Madam Chairman. It's going to be me. I'm Bruce Lutz,
Thank
and
you, Bruce.
I am a resident of Green Valley, Arizona, and I'm also a resident of Columbia Falls, Montana during the summer. So to be clear, and also to be clear, I am the applicant on this project, but I am not an owner. I am actually their consultant. I'm a landscape architect and land planner. And I'd like to just go over introductions again quickly. With me tonight are Tom Klein, Scott Lawrence, and Chris Hawley. They are the ownership on this project. And they are thrilled to be the current stewards of this piece of property and take that very seriously. They are aware, as I think you all are, of the permitted uses that are possible on this piece of property. And after a lot of thought and study and effort, they've come up with this plan that I'm proposing tonight in front of you. And so I'd like to, I will be the first one to speak here tonight. I'm going to talk about design and land planning. And then following me will be Steve Lewis, who is our engineer, with Rick Retalk Powell. And finally, Paul Gilbert will discuss comprehensive plan compliance. And the summary will be done by Scott Lawrence, who's one of the owners. So without further ado, I'm going to steal the screen here and go through a little presentation for you. Thank you. Can you all see this, and can you see my little hand here?
Yes, we can, and we can see your hand.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, again, that was the introduction, and I'm going to move right into, these are a series of artistic renderings that we had done on the project, and hopefully they'll help in terms of illustrating how this project is intended to work. This is a bird's eye view, and again, just to summarize, what we have going is a group of what we're calling resort residences and casitas. These will be owner occupied structures and residences. They're intended to be year-round use. We intend to use very high quality materials and stressing high quality visual architecture on all the structures throughout. The project is conservation oriented, and I'll go over the comparison between our February 2021 proposal and the current proposal. It's a phased development. And this next item I want to stress, this is not an RV park. Has no relationship to an RV park. The casitas are the primary structures on the casita areas, and then they will have the option of accommodating a motor coach on the paved area adjacent to the casitas, and that'll be a feature option and to have the ability to park a motor coach next to those. But the primary structure on those is the casita itself. Our marketing scenario is intended, again, to be for individuals or families to be able to buy the structure and then have a long-term lease on the property. That gives a little bit of advantage, particularly initially, on the pricing of these, and we feel it's a good formula for this kind of development. Moving on to, again, a comparison, and Bob did a good job of showing this, but I want to stress the comparison here. This was our February 2021 proposal. This was unanimously approved or recommended to you by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then rejected by the Board of Supervisors. We did have some situations through here where the meadow was at risk, and We certainly listened to your input about meadow conservation, wildlife concerns, OHV questions, and the density of the project. So in response to that, we came back in February of 2022 with this proposal. And if we flip that back and forth, I think you can visually see what's going on in terms of preservation or conservation of the meadow area, which we felt was your #1 issue with the project. And in terms of density, we responded to that. The original proposal had 151 what we're now calling casita lots and 147 resort residences. We've revised that to be 70 casita lots, which is a reduction of 81 units of casita lots units, and now we have 161 residential resort residences, which is an increase of 14 units. So overall, we've diminished the density by 67 units, reducing from 290 dwelling units to 298 dwelling units down to 231 dwelling units, and that was a overall reduction of 22.5%. In the process of doing that, we ended up with an open space scenario of 66% of the total 62 acres. And a lot of that is the increase in the meadow conservation area. And that overall increase from the first proposal to the second was from 56% to 66%, which is a 10% increase in open space. This is the legend from that particular, our new proposal, and it shows the statistics that we have going. In the total open space, 32 acres, 51.6% of the total acres. That does not include the ponds and streams. The sports courts comprise 1.4 acres. The total area in resort residence landscape area, and that's the landscaping around each of the resort residences, is 7.4%. Our total trail area is 1.69 miles, 1.98% of the open space. Ponds and streams comprise 4.6% of the total acreage, and that totals up to the 65.8%. Back to that, I just to go over the areas comprising the resort residence envelopes will be 9.2% of the total area. The casita areas are 8.7% of the total acreage, and the total paved area is 14.4% of the total acres. Infrastructure, which is the area that Bob showed you on the south end of the site, comprises 0.89 acres, and the resort center, the building is 15,351 square feet. Again, it's a phased development, and it's important to note that we're going to offer probably a roughly equal amount of the resort residences and the casita spaces in the original offering, and then finish out and do all the finishing along the interstate so that is established, and all of the infrastructure that's involved there, the ponds, all of that will be done up front in that first phase. Phase 2 and phase 3 are back towards the east side of the site and roughly smaller areas. This is again the landscape plan. I won't say too much more about that, except that any areas that are disturbed by construction that will either be landscape areas or open space will be brought back into native plant materials, either ground covers or shrubs and trees. The lighting plan, basically we're going to have some upright lighting in some of the intersection areas in the project. There'll be some minor path lighting to accentuate and highlight important areas along the path. And then there will be some monument lighting that will indicate in a subtle way where the streets are. And those streets will be, rather than upright signs, we'll probably use low-lying, ground-mounted monument signs with light shining on their faces. This is, again, a little bit of a architectural rendering of the casitas, and they are roughly 15 feet by 34 feet in size, which, get my notes right here. Yeah, 15 by 34, about 510 square feet. And architecturally, the materials will look something like that. The resort residences, same kind of material palette. There is a 2-bedroom version, and then there is a 3-bedroom version not pictured here that would have a bedroom above the garage space here. And they would be roughly 1,000 square feet to 1,200 square feet.
Say, Bruce, since we're here in the photos,
Yeah.
I do have a question on this.
Sure.
Are they all essentially, I know other than the 2 versus 3 bedroom, are they all essentially the same design?
Yes.
Okay, very good. For
Same.
both the cabins and the RV cabins?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a series of bird's eye and ground perspective views. This is taken towards the southeast, and it kind of shows this would be the community center here. The pickleball courts. It gives a pretty good picture of the meadow conservation area through here. The main entry is here into the project. And this is the stream that Bob mentioned that'll link the 2 ponds together and be recirculating. The meadow, again, will be preserved to the extent, every extent that we can, and enhanced by some additional plant material where it's called for. This area through here depicts pretty well the casita spaces, where you've got a driveway. The casita can be used as a small garage space, and to the side of it is a place where a motor coach can be parked. These are the resort, kind of a cluster of resort residential units through here, and this indicates some additional parking throughout. This is more of a down view. We're catching the corner of the community center here. These are the casita spaces. Gives you a pretty good idea. These could even double as patio areas, the driveway and or the pad to adjacent to the casitas. This indicates pretty well what the porches in the back of the resort residences would look like and how they would be clustered. And then out here, of course, is the adjacent national forest. This is a more of a ground view. We're seeing where the stream crosses the entry road, the community center over here, the pickleball courts, and some additional parking with flanked by the resort residences here. This is kind of looking to the northeast. This is another south ground view looking to the southeast, and this is the main entry, and you're catching the resort residences here, and then the Moniker windmill right in through there. This kind of indicates and shows how the frontage road would work, and it would be paved to the southern extent of the project. This is the intersection again, right at ground level. The community center here, we're looking down a row of casitas here, and then this road winds back to the resort residences. Incidentally, the roads would all be paved to 24 feet wide with a drive-over curb.
And Bruce, I have another question since we're
Sure.
on the photos here. So as I understand it, these casitas, besides the RV space, they're one bedroom. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Madam Chairman, and I could go back to that floor plan, but this area through here doubles both as a living room if it's not being used as a garage, but it can be used as a garage as well. But the bedroom is in the back.
Yeah. Is there a bathroom in them as well?
Yes, there is a bathroom and a small kitchenette as well.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Fowler.
I do have a question as well. As with the RVs, are they going to be plugged in as well and have its waste be deposited in those locations? Because these look like they need a 50 amp here.
Yeah, they would be able to accommodate that. Yes, ma'am.
So the RV and then basically
It would,
the
yeah,
lodging as well as the building.
they would have provisions for the power and sewage collection as well, and water.
Okay, thank you.
This, I didn't describe this one very well. This is kind of down the street on the casita area, and then we're looking back at the resort residences there. And this is moving down that street closer to the resort residences, and this is the street that accesses that main area to the southeast with the resort residences. This is backed up a little bit higher than a ground view, showing the pickleball courts, the trails through the project. And incidentally, the trails will be for pedestrians and bicycles only. OHVs will not be allowed on these trails. And incidentally, OHVs will not be allowed to access the Forest Service from any point on this project. This is a view kind of from the southbound lane on I-17, looking back, and we're catching the pickleball courts again and the frontage of the project. This is taken from the southernmost pond on the project. And as you're aware, the water will run north to the other pond and be recirculated back to this pond. The infrastructure, or the infrastructure center for the project, will be just to kind of to the right of my hand over here. And then these flanking here are the resort residences on the southern part of the project.
So
Just
I'm going to indicate that, yeah, and I see Tom Klein has his hand up. And so Bruce, I know he's part of your team. And
sure, Tom, if you want to jump in, please do.
Yes, Madam Chair, District Supervisors, this is Tom Klein. I just want to clarify a couple of things before Bruce turns it over to our civil engineer. But on the resort residences, Madam Chair, you had a question on the size and elevation. Our standard plan is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit that is roughly 1,250 square feet livable. There will also be an option for a 3rd bedroom, which would also have its own bath. And that unit would be roughly 1,400 square feet livable. So again, both units, standard is 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Option is 3-bedroom, 3-bath. One other thing, Bruce, before you turn it over, I think it's very important to explain to the supervisors the distance off the freeway to show how open that is. And I'm a football fan. I always compare it to the length of a football field.
Right.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Bruce now.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for your input. And Bruce, back to you.
Okay. One thing I wanted to return to on the landscape plan is we probably are only going to have to take out about 15% of the ponderosa pines that are on the current site in order to accommodate the development. So we're very intent on preserving as much of the tree cover that's kind of on the east side of the project as we can. Just wanted to recover that. And then because we've widened to 300 to 500 feet the meadow conservation area, it allows us to shift the drain fields that Steve may talk about a little bit further to the east and away from the actual current meadow, or to the east of the current meadow. So that's working, I think, in our favor as well. So as I go forward,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler, you have a question?
Yes, could you go back to your water?
Sure.
I think you mentioned that the water is gonna go to this pond and then go back to the other pond, and then it'll be going back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
This one it's no longer gonna drain into the Oak Creek? Or how's
well, the floodplain will be, as Bob Short mentioned, the floodplain will be slightly redirected, and this water feature will still flow the same direction as the old one did. What we're able to do, though, is we're able to maintain historic levels of runoff so that we're not adding, which is kind of a mandate anyway for development. But the whole idea here with all of this is that we maintain a historic level of runoff and don't increase the runoff. And this creek system and the ponds are they're self-contained, and they're actually separate from the function of floodplain and the natural drainage on the project. Did that answer your question? Kind of. Steve can go into that a little bit more for you too. This is a northbound view from the interstate, and we're looking just to orient you. This is the community center here. This is the frontage road, of course, and then we're looking back and catching some of the resort residences. And this is where I can talk about the meadow and the whole idea of a football field. So the minimum setback situation now we've got is about a football field, up to 500 feet of width here of meadow conservation. So we feel that by clustering the project a little bit more, by reducing the density and by kind of redirecting things a little bit, we've come up with a plan that we think is closer to what you were talking about and the issues you had when we last saw you. I'm going to close by showing you a couple of our support letters, and this one importantly is from Murphy Ventures, and Bob mentioned a private holding in the vicinity of the Newman Park interchange to the north of us. And this property owner, Murphy Ventures, in this letter from Laurel Farrell, is a positive in terms of recommending our project. They have, I think, roughly 54 acres to the north of us, and they were slightly encompassed in our mile perimeter acknowledgement area. And I don't think you've seen this letter. I don't know that it was part of the packet that you saw, but it does recommend approval of our project from that landowner. You also were in receipt of this letter from the Honorable Seth Damon from 24th Navajo Nation Council, and we hope you're taking that one to heart. And we did get a will serve letter from Josh Tope with the Pinewood Fire District. And then I wanted to discuss, we've had several meetings with the Forest Service. One, and Bob kind of touched on this, is that they're currently involved, and we got this information from Ranger Jacob Dallin with the Flagstaff District, but they're currently involved in a thinning project on the south end of the property, and they will be moving within the next 2 years. They'll be moving to the east side and the north side of our project. So in terms of fire-wise thinning and visual and wildlife enhancement, their project will continue for the next couple of years. We also had the opportunity to meet with Deidre Marks, who's a realty specialist with the Forest Service. And she turned us on to this document, which is kind of the current state of the art in terms of OHV access onto the National Forest. And they are very willing and certainly have historically worked with the county in terms of policy and rules and on things that involve both jurisdictions. Ultimately, OHV decisions in terms of closures and everything else will go to the forest supervisor, and she enlightened us on that that's the bottom line with their decisions. As a postscript to my little presentation here, I did want to mention that when we went through the P&Z Commission hearing back in April, Don Walters, who's a commissioner, was, and I think you could look back on his comments, I think thought that our project would be compatible with wildlife, and at least we got that impression from Don at the time. Also, in terms of transportation and traffic impact of this project, we did have a traffic study done, and I would maybe urge you to look at that again. It was favorable, we feel, and the conclusion was that the impact on traffic would be fairly negligible. Two other items, just real quickly. I have a little bit of trouble with this idea of this property being an inholding. Anything that's this close to an interstate transportation corridor and a half a mile from an interchange seems to me to be not defined as an inholding. I would call it a fairly accessible piece of property. So for what it's worth, I'd like to make that point. And then finally, I'm concerned that that this is a good project. It's the right kind of project for this property. And what scares me is what possible permitted uses can happen on this property. And I'm sure you're probably aware of it, but the scenario could be very bad for the meadow. And I think we've tried to do a very good job in enhancing that and preserving it. So I'm going to hand my leash over to Steve Lewis to continue our presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. We appreciate this and the thoroughness of your presentation. So, you're turning it over to who? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Steve Lewis is our engineer. And
thank you.
Thanks for this opportunity, by the way.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lewis. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, supervisors. As Bruce said, I'm the civil engineer for the project, and I have been since the inception of the project. I just want to start by saying that our team, the owners and our consultants, have put a significant amount of legwork into developing the best options for the design of this project, and at the same time trying to address the concerns that we heard from the supervisors and the planning and zoning commissioners and the public in our last previous submittal. Throughout this process, we prepared fairly detailed plans for this project, and that was done to show that we are reducing density, show the conservation of the meadow, show that we reduced our water use and our sewer needs. And we're also proposing to use our effluent to treat that to a reclaim level at a significant expense, so that we can use it on the site to make the site very nice. And we put a significant effort into the design to minimize the effect on the floodplain. And all of our plans were reviewed by the county during our initial submittals. And the intent of that was to gain the support of the planning and zoning staff prior to presenting to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we effectively did gain staff support so that we could move forward. I wanted to touch on the water system because there's been numerous comments on that. And I want to reiterate what Bruce said. It is a closed system. It's separate from the drainage for the site. We have to contend with two types of drainage for this site. We have the off-site drainage, which is the off-site runoff from the surrounding properties that goes around and through the site today. And we have the site drainage itself, and we have to contain that drainage on the site. We have to provide retention basins to contain that drainage so that it does not affect any of the properties surrounding the development once we develop. We have to propose creative design to manage both off-site and on-site drainage. That's always done with every project. And in this case, we've taken what is a floodplain that exists right now that is an undetermined elevation, undetermined evaluation to show the floodplain. It's based on GIS mapping, historical mapping at a very high level, and it's not extremely accurate. And we're required in the design of this project moving forward to analyze that floodplain and determine the exact size and location of that. And our desire is to reroute the drainage around the front of the property. And the reason that we are doing that is so that it contributes to the space between the development and the freeway, and in keeping with open space, meadow look, which is somewhat shown by the photos that are given of the site. There is one item related to the use of the on-site ponds and stream for fishing. And during our initial development review, there were concerns about the possibility of those fish getting into the downstream system and then eventually ending up in Oak Creek. And we developed a method that is commonly used for these types of developments to keep the fish that are in these types of systems from reproducing. So that would be used in this case, and the fishing is an option that we wish to try to provide with this development if we can. We, in closing, I want to say that we've again revised our design to minimize the amount of space that's disturbed and the amount of grading, the amount of improvements that have to be added to the site. We've reduced the density and reduce the impact of this site in all ways. So we hope that that will help you to find that this is a good project and should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Appreciate your input on this. Is there anyone else from Windmill Resorts?
Yes, Chairwoman Horstman, Paul Gilbert.
Yes, Mr. Gilbert, welcome.
Well, thank you. You've made me feel very welcome tonight. Appreciate that. Again, I'm Paul Gilbert. I've got the toughest part of the presentation because I want to say from the outset, it's potentially the most boring. And I've tried to figure out a way to liven this up a bit, but I don't think I haven't got it accomplished yet, but I'll try. Basically, my part of the presentation is to address the three necessary findings. Your staff has done a very good job, and Bob is a very good presentation, by the way. Your staff in its staff report has done an excellent job of laying out what we need to establish for you to approve this case. There are three findings you've got to make. Pardon me for being a bit pedantic here, but they are: one, that the changes we're proposing are consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan. Two, that the change won't be detrimental to the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare. And three, the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood. So those are the three findings. The major one is number one, and that is compliance with the comprehensive plan. It is our basic premise this evening, and I hope to demonstrate that by going through in detail and analyzing each one of these standards, that we meet all three, and all three of the requirements will be discussed then in Syria. So I begin with the largest. Do we comply with the comprehensive plan? There are a lot of policies in that comprehensive plan. Fortunately, your planning staff has efficiently identified with precision those provisions of the comprehensive plan that have to be addressed. So I don't have to go through the whole plan. So I'm just going to do the ones that the staff has cited. And again, I'm hoping to demonstrate to you that we meet every one of these policies. So again, with prefatory apologies for how long this is going to take, let's jump in and go through them. The first is the land use and growth goal. Policy 28. It says large resort commercial uses should only be sited in appropriate locations that have to be adequately served by roads, water, sewer, and other public facilities. We adequately have service from every one of these. Very quickly, roads. The property is now serviced by a Forest Service road. The road will be paid by the applicant. Property is located 1/2 mile from Newman Park Interchange. Paving the Forest Service road will help the National Forest Service mandate to make available multiple recreation uses and will allow the public to better access the National Forest via a paved road. So that's the first thing. We have to have roads. We got it. Water. You've heard perhaps ad nauseum tonight about the water facilities. I'm not going to go over them again, but in summary, We have adequate water. The facility will be a self-contained water infrastructure, and the drainage will be regulated so there will be no additional runoff to adjacent properties. Next, we have to have sewer. The property will have a self-contained sewer plant on the property. Next, so we have satisfied every one of those elements. That's the locational criteria. We got it. They're all there. Next is policy 29 under the land growth heading. It says you got to preserve views, trees, native vegetation, wildlife, and dark skies. Do we do that? Absolutely. I point out a very important predicate that 66.5%, literally 2/3 of this site will be open space. Now, let's take them briefly in series. Views. As specifically requested by members of the Board of Supervisors, a great deal of the meadow portion of the property is being preserved by pushing back the building development, and we have a 300 to 500 foot buffer all along the west border. That's what you see when you will travel along Interstate 17. This maintains both the gateway concept as well as the meadow. We're protecting the views. Trees. The applicant is committing to preserving almost all of the trees located in the non-meadow area, and Bruce went over that with you in detail. Preserving native vegetation. We do that as well. The applicant is preserving the native vegetation in and around the meadow area, and importantly, we're replacing all new construction disturbed areas with native plants and ground cover. Wildlife. We are actually improving the wildlife on this project as it is being proposed. There is an existing barbed wire fence that will be replaced with a wildlife-friendly fencing. This fencing will provide wildlife with more access to the meadow and water than currently exists. The meadow will be largely a place for grazing by the wildlife and access to water. Dark sky. The project complies 100% with all the lighting requirements of the dark sky. Water conservation. You just heard from our engineer. The water runs within the creek feature south to north, but will be completely recirculated. And the drainage water will continue to run as is currently the case. So we satisfy every single one of those requirements. Next, policy 57. Developers need to incorporate conservation design practices into the project. This project will use wise and proper conservation site resources. I'm afraid I'm boring you already, Madam Chairman, but I'm trying. We have to find every one of these facts, so I'm laying them out for you. Don't blame me.
I appreciate exactly what you're doing.
All right. Well, thank you very much. All right. So you've heard how we are basically designed a conservation project complying with policy 57. Policy 63 is a real softball for us. It says projects have to pay their fair share for all off-site improvements in public facilities. Well, guess what? We're not only paying our fair share, we're paying 100%. So everything that is needed for this project, we pay for. No county expenses, no Forest Service expenses, no expenses except for us. We're completely independent. Policy 64. We have to ensure an adequate level of services, including roads, water, and wastewater, fire protection, and utilities. I've already covered half those requirements, so I'm not going to be redundant and cover them again unless, of course, you want to hear them some more. But there are a couple of new items in this policy 64, and basically it talks about fire protection. You saw we have a letter, a will serve letter from the Pinewood Fire District. You've also seen how the Forest Service on 3 sides of us is thinning the forest to reduce the fire danger. And then utilities, they will be provided by APS. So we meet all of those requirements. The last one is roads. Again, you've heard that. I'm not going to repeat it. But again, access will be improved by this project by providing an all-weather access road, which will be plowed to remove snow. Okay? The next goal is the land use and growth goals. These are important ones. And we're required to ensure the conservation of open space for environmental well-being of the county. Again, 2/3 of our area will be open space. Under that broad category is policy 12, maintaining scenic views. This policy, frankly, is redundant. We've all previously seen by the exhibits in my discussion that we've got 300 to 500 feet of view area along the freeway. Here's a new one under policy 12, though. We are also required to prevent fragmentation. That is, I submit, one of the major salient features that makes this project so engaging. We are preventing fragmentation as we have provided you with a classic model of a master plan for the entire property, thereby avoiding fragmentation, as could well happen if this project is developed without a master plan, which would take place under the existing zoning, a fact I will elucidate on further in the presentation. Economic development goal, policy number 4. We're supposed to support tourist-related development. We got criticized by some of the neighbors that we're attracting tourists up here, but that's one of your comprehensive land use plans. So criticize us if you will, some of the opposition. We are complying with your comprehensive plan requirement. It's likely that many of the residents of this project may be involved in support of the tourist industry. Again, under economic goals, policy number 5, we need to maintain private recreational assets such as trails, wildlife viewing areas, and continue the access to public lands. We're doing that. I add that our internal non-motorized trails from the project connect to the National Forest, so we're providing access to public lands. Although you currently, under our plan, cannot access the National Forest from the property, the project will change by providing access to the National Forest by those residents who reside at the Windmill Ranch Resort will have the privilege of having the forest all around them and within carefully planned resort-based community. Policy 21, the establishment of industries that contributes to the region's economic health and support the community character. Here again, this project will provide a substantial tax benefit to Coconino County. It improves the economic health of the community by providing both needed quantity and quality of housing. This project, I submit, is a model of how a community can be clustered to promote open space in support of the community character while increasing the availability of very much needed housing in Coconino County. Both this staff report and numerous comments by members of the Planning Commission in past hearings have made the observation that this plan is a well thought out master plan. hopefully we have demonstrated that to you this evening. Policy 23, new industry should practice conservation measures. We've previously discussed that. I'm moving on. Then, under parks, open space, trails, and recreation goals. This project's narrative provides prodigious evidence that the resort will be managed in a way that the residents will be excellent neighbors to the forest. Paving of the National Forest Road, connecting the Forest Service Road to exchanges, both north and south, providing access from the project to the National Forest. So that does not now exist. Policy 5, the design needs to include public recreation amenities. We've reviewed those with you. I don't need to go into those in detail. Quickly, community character goals, policy 23. The county supports the use of simulation technology and viewshed analysis. We discussed previously our efforts to protect the viewshed and open space. Policy 26 minimizes the impact on horizon and ridge lines. This is an easy one. The property is flat, so we don't have any ridge lines to protect. So we get kudos for being 100% in compliance with that one. Also, we are using mounting and buffering techniques throughout the project, especially within the 300 to 500 foot open space area adjacent to the freeway. This buffering will preserve the look and feel of the existing meadow along the interstate highway with its seasonal show of flowers and native vegetation. Policy 29, removal of non-conforming off-premise signage. There are 2 billboards on this site. They wouldn't be allowed anymore, but they are legal non-conforming uses. They can go on in perpetuity. We have agreed in compliance with this important aspect of your comprehensive plan to remove both of these billboards within 1 year of the zoning approval. Policy 41 talks about impact of noise adjacent to residential and recreational areas. Again, we're doing real well on this one. First, we don't make any noise, but we don't have anybody near us. So we're complying with this requirement of your comprehensive plan. We're just not adjacent to any residential area. Policy 42, development shall consider the impact of adjacent noise, such as highways, and mitigate those impacts. Here again, responding specifically, and in my opinion, gloriously, to the suggestion by the Board of Supervisors, we are providing this 300 to 500 foot buffer from the highway. Next is policy 15, where pedestrian and bicycle routes exist on adjacent property. Again, there is no adjacent property, but we are encouraging the use of non-motorized circulation network, encouraging our residents to walk or to use bicycles or electric cars to negotiate the roads and the trails within the resort. Importantly, no OHVs will have access to the National Forest from the resort property, and no OHVs will be allowed on the internal trails. Water resources goal, the availability of water has to be, and this is an exact quote from your comprehensive plan, a primary consideration for all development applications held in conjunction with a rezoning for higher density. Here again, we meet this 100% without equivocation. We have the development of 2 wells within the property. Property has sufficient water and contains a completely self-sustained water system. You'll be happy to know I'm wrapping this up, Madam Chairman. So we've discussed almost all the goals. There's still a land use and growth goal. Policy 28. I've saved this one for the last. It says services of large commercial uses shall be discouraged from locating in holding areas. The staff report makes the point that we could be labeled as an in-holding area because we're surrounded on all sides by Forest Service. However, I think the staff has given you the direction you need to take in this regard by pointing out to you that while acknowledging the private property is surrounded by the National Forest, the staff notes the following factors mitigate against strict compliance with this plan requirement. First, we're located right next to an Interstate 17. So to call us an in-holding property because we're surrounded by forest doesn't really fit what in-holding properties were designed to protect. Similarly, it's located within a 1/2 mile of the Newman Park exit, which, as your staff points out, provides both access and electricity to the site. Additionally, an acknowledgement needs to be made, as specifically pointed out by several planning commissioners. The subject property is private property, and it has to be allowed to develop. You can't just say, well, it's a lovely meadow. We like driving by and seeing the lovely meadow there, but it's private property. It's not owned by the Forest Service. It deserves and is constitutionally allowed to be developed. So let's talk about that for a moment. The property is currently zoned with a category called general. I took a look at the existing zoning and what's permitted on the property under the existing zoning and the general category. I'd like to point out to you that, quote from your ordinance, properties with parcel boundaries within 500 feet of an interstate highway interchange right-of-way, the following uses shall be permitted in perpetuity, subject to the granting of a conditional use permit. So I have to have a use permit, but these are uses that are allowed under that category with the use permit. Automobile service stations, campgrounds, convenience markets, hotels, motels, information centers, recreational vehicle parks, restaurants, truck stops. Now, it gets even better. It then goes on under general category. It allows the following uses that are permitted as a matter of right. Remember, you don't have a master plan. These are individual, non-integrated uses that can go as a matter of right under the general land use category. Here's a couple of them. Bed and breakfast establishments, group homes, manufactured homes, including tiny homes, built to building code standards, mobile homes, rehabilitated to meet the manufactured housing requirements. Again, all permitted as a matter of right under general. Don't have to have a hearing, don't have to have a plan. Single family dwellings of tiny houses. Meat processing facilities, which surprised me a little bit. Care centers for child or adult care. Firewood storage and sales yards. All of those uses, and I could go on, are permitted under the general zoning category right now on the property without a hearing, without a use permit. There's also another list of uses that can be permitted subject to an administrative permit from the Community Development Director. So the bottom line is the first requirement. Do we comply with the general plan? The comprehensive plan. I've gone through and analyzed every single one of those requirements. We meet every one of them without equivocation. So, as specifically noted in the staff analysis, the comprehensive plan encourages resort developments that bring economic activity to the county and showcases the county's dark sky and natural features. The comprehensive plan, and I'm quoting now, supports well-designed communities and their retention of natural features and vegetation. Our proposed plan meets every single one of those elements. Indeed, as previously noted in both the staff report and by members of the Planning Commission, including one that voted against it, this is a well-designed development. The staff also pointed out, both in its report and in Bob's presentation to you today, that the comprehensive plan policies discourage industrial development gateways, but importantly, and please focus on this, it does not discourage commercial development, land uses, and growth policy. So we meet the first requirement. The other two I'm going to cover in less than a minute, Madam Chairman, so I'm wrapping this up. The second requirement that you have to make is the finding that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. If we comply with the requirements of the comprehensive plan, for sure, this proposal will not be detrimental to the public welfare. As we've seen, we do comply. Secondly, the project is not adjacent to any other development. We had trouble reaching out within a mile area to find someone to send the notice of the hearing to. It's only adjacent to the National Forest Service and the highway. We're actually improving the view from the highway with open space and elimination of 2 billboards and improved National Forest public access by paving roads and providing access. Now, I really want to emphasize this last point under finding number 2. Our only neighbor is the Forest Service. We've had innumerable meetings with the Forest Service. They know everything we're doing. We've reviewed our plans with them. We've showed them what we're doing. I think it is of importance beyond parallel to note that after copious meetings and coordination with the Forest Service, we have not received any negative feedback, nor has the county, from the Forest Service. Lastly, finding number 3, the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. This finding, I submit, is easily achieved as there is no surrounding neighborhood except the National Forest Service. And as noted above, the Forest Service is not in opposition. Thank you for indulging me. I'm sure many of you will say after my presentation, Gilbert, you're too used to being paid by the word. So I apologize for the lengthy presentation, but I needed to establish that we met these findings. Lastly, I point out that the plan is major improved over our first plan, and the first plan, the Planning Commission found we did meet these findings. So we've got a good plan before you. We meet the findings. We hope that you will agree and approve our plan. That concludes my presentation. I think Scott Lawrence will wrap it up for the owners.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Gilbert. We appreciate your input, and we appreciate your thoroughness. How's that?
Well, thank you. That's worth my night.
And by the way, I know I have a number of questions to ask some of the Windmill Resort staff, and I know we probably need to take a bio break here for 5 minutes. And Scott, you want to take, is this going to be quick, or should we do the bio break and then come back to you?
I think we should do a quick bio break just in case.
All right, very good. Thank you. Let's take 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Wait. This is going as expected. I think we'll start to see.
Aaron, you're not muted.
Few more minutes and I think we'll get everybody back here. I see Supervisor Ryan, Supervisor Vasquez. We're slowly getting everybody back to their offices. So do we have Supervisor Vasquez and Supervisor Begay back on? And Supervisor Fowler?
Chair Horseman, this is Lindsay. Supervisor Begay is joining shortly. She's just finishing up.
Very good, thank you. Let us know when she's there. And Supervisor Fowler? Is Supervisor Fowler? Let's get Supervisor Fowler. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm present.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And Supervisor Begay, are you back with us? There she is. All right. We have all 5 supervisors. Thank you for your patience on taking a much needed break. I believe we are back. And Mr. Lawrence, I know you'd like to wrap up, and I know I have questions, and I'm sure other board members will have some questions as well. So please, Mr. Lawrence, please proceed.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and District Supervisors. We really appreciate the opportunity to present this project. Our team, as well as Mr. Short, like to thank Bruce, Steve, and Paul, as well as Tom and Chris, for all the hours that have been put into this project that we're presenting. We are not unfamiliar with Coconino County or Flagstaff. We have owned a cabin in our family for 56 years in Mormon Lake. We spent a lot of time up in the north. We are builders and we have built all types of construction. We've been building up north since 2015. So we like to build something that's complement and very nice to the environment. Our team wanted much open space as possible, and we wanted to make sure that it was sustainable. One of the things that was really important to us is, as developers and builders, we wanted to have a community that we would be proud to call our own. And as you've seen and heard, the reason why we're going for the resort zoning is not because this is a resort. This is a residential community, but the resort clarification is because we're leasing the land. We are controlling as owners this property so that we can maintain all the exteriors of the homes as well as all the landscaping, and we can control exactly how the community looks. So we want to make sure that everybody is very clear and understands that we're not building some big resort like you'd see in Scottsdale. This is more of a residential community, but because of the way Coconino County has the zoning set up, it's considered under the TAN resort. We're providing reasonably priced residential homes, which right now we don't believe really exists in Coconino County that we're aware of. And we want to make sure that we can provide some primary residence for people who want to have a new home and be close to the northern side of town, as well as provide families places to be able to go and children who could go to college. As we just reiterating, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 the very first time and was very supportive of this project. And that is when we had a lot of RV sites and it was more of an RV project. Now that we've completely eliminated all the RVs, the only RVs we're allowing are coaches, and they would only be provided on the casita lots if people wanted them. We plan on having plenty of people buying casita lots and not having RVs on them. They're able to park their cars on them or just have a small place that they can afford to get away. A couple of things, as you've noticed in the changes and the renderings, which hopefully provide a lot of clarification for everyone to understand the distance off the freeway, 500 feet buffer. I think we've all been to a football game. You can't even see somebody on the other side of a stadium when you're sitting in the end zone. So it just kind of put perspective of how much land we've created. One of the things that we wanted to also kind of clarify is the floor plans on the inside do have some changes to them, but the exteriors do have multiple elevations. So they're not going to all be the same exact looking building. They're going to have different finishes, different colors. So even though the floor plans are keeping similar because we're trying to keep our construction costs down, but not creating a bunch of custom homes, we will make sure the elevations on the exteriors vary. We also want to make sure everybody understands that this is a gated community. So if you don't live there, you're not getting in there. We also, as part of our community center, are providing an office for police and fire to use as a remote location to do paperwork. We'll provide them Wi-Fi as well, and it will be secure for them. This community is also year-round. So unlike other communities up in that area that shut down for the winter, we are having snow removal. We have a lot of people who are very interested in wanting to go up and ski and enjoy the winter, which is just as much fun as the summer when you've been up north. The other thing I want to make sure is that everybody understands that this is 100% HOA maintained. So this is a true lock and leave opportunity. You buy a home here, you don't have to paint the outside of it. We take care of it. And that's really, really important to understand for the people driving by, the people that are going to be buying there, is that that's why we wanted to control the land. We have no fences, so it's not a typical residential community. There's no backyard fences. Everything is all meadow. It's all going to be replanted natural vegetation with lots of trees. We also have paved roads. So we also wanted to make sure that we weren't creating more dust in the neighborhood. And we have a very large budget for landscaping. So we're very, very much interested in making sure that this meadow and this community is as beautiful as it possibly can be. The other thing we just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of is the one neighbor, and I think it was brought up, the Murphy Ventures are the ones that actually own the property at the Newman Park exit, and they've been 100% supportive of this project. And they're the only ones, as far as neighbors, that will see any traffic whatsoever from any cars coming and going. So it's really, really important to recognize the fact that there have been quite a few people that have voted against this or have not liked this property or have sent letters in, but unfortunately they're 5 to 7 miles away and not anywhere close to our property. We also just want to clarify on the OHVs. we can't control what ADOT allows to be licensed. So if it's a licensed vehicle, whether it is a motorcycle, a side-by-side, a golf cart, a moped, if it's street legal and licensed, it will be allowed to be on the road, just because I can't control that. We can't control that as owners. If it is not, it has to be trailered, and we're going to enforce that in the community. One of the other things that I just wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity, I think there's been a lot of letters that were sent in. It seemed like the majority of them, after going through them today, and thank you for sharing those with us, and we'd like to address some of their concerns, is the majority of them look like they were cut and pasted from one other letter. So 24 of them were almost exactly the same. It seems like those group of people are all working together, which is fine. We're okay with that, but we just want to make sure we can address some of their issues. And if they have any more, we'll be more than happy to. One of the big things is it says it's going to bring hundreds of thousands of people. Our math doesn't work anywhere close to that with the residences. We only have 231 homes, and the majority of these people may or may not even be there on a regular basis. Even though they're their primary residence, there's times where that will not happen. We also know that they're concerned about the risk of wildfire. Well, I think we've seen the forest being cleared. We think we understand what that's doing. And we believe that based on the Pine Fire Department saying they will service us, as well as us putting fire hydrants completely through our community, we feel that we're actually making it safer from fire danger than it's not. One of the other questions that came up, or one of the concerns, is about traffic. The traffic comes off I-17 at Newman Park. None of the residents that are going to live in this community are going to go into Munns Park and exit Munns Park to get to our community. So it is an isolated parcel that only has access off Newman Park. One of the other comments that came up that we just wanted to make was about the dark skies. We are meeting all night sky ordinance. We want all of our neighbors, all of our friends, anybody who buys up there to be able to sit outside and enjoy the beautiful skies. I do it every time I'm at my cabin, so it's really, really important. The other comment that has come up quite a bit is the wildlife. And I think we've discussed this multiple times. And I actually believe that, what was his gentleman's name, addressed it really well regarding the amount of animals that have caused fatalities on the freeway because they're coming down and getting involved with the cars. And I think with this community and the forest being thinned, the animals are going to be able to stay in the forest, which is where they belong. Our water source is going to be great for them, and they'll come down at night. The elk and the deer are not going to not come down to the water. They come down to my cabin all the time, even when we're sitting outside. So I don't find that the concern with the wildlife, if anything, I think we're actually helping the wildlife be safer and potentially making the freeway safer as well. I think at that point, I'd like to probably open it up for questions. And at this point, I hope that everybody has paid attention, is interested in seeing the quality of the work that we're trying to put into this thing, and understanding that we're looking for a first-class project that really provides great housing for people who want to live up in Coconino County.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. And I wanted to thank you and your team for a very complete and thorough presentation, both in the materials that you presented to us earlier, as well as in the presentation this evening. And we appreciate the time and the energy and commitment to Northern Arizona that your resort, your plan community shows. So I want to thank you for that. I know before we open this up for a public hearing, we do probably, as supervisors, have some questions. I have some questions for you. There are no CC&Rs at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, we have not developed the CC&Rs until the project goes through the zoning process, but we do have stipulations that we plan on enforcing. There will be no short-term rentals, which I know has also come up. 30 days will be the minimum. If somebody wants to rent their house, we will allow that, but it has to be for 30 days. There will not be anybody just renting VRBOs on the weekends.
So when you say stipulations, is this going to be in the sales agreement?
The sales agreement, when they sign, they will be stipulated to our CC&R document. So when they buy, just like any other home, you will be tied to adhere to our CC&Rs.
Oh, but there aren't any CC&Rs yet, so.
No, because we wouldn't develop them at this point in time until the project is approved and we move forward with permits and getting going.
Okay, so I assume that an owner can either rent their cabin, or they could rent their casita, or they could rent their RV space, correct?
But not for less than 30 days.
Okay, but, and so somebody technically, for example, could live in their RV space, which is, got all the utilities to it, and could rent out the casita next door, correct?
They could. I mean, it's part of the real estate law. We can't really say yes or no to some of the things that the real estate law controls. But what's most important to us is that we don't want people coming and going. We don't want this to be a weekend getaway. We want this to be, but if there is families that are in financial burden and they have to rent their house for the summer because they can't afford to make the payments, we have to be able to allow them to do that. We just don't want to do it for short term. We're not looking for the short-term benefit. We're looking for the long-term financial opportunity for a homeowner who is maybe in a financial situation where they're not going to be there all summer and they're going to rent it to somebody.
And then I know you said the underlying lease, you're gonna own the property. They will buy fee simple, the structures basically. And the lease, underlying lease will be for 30 years, is that correct?
That's what we're looking at. Yeah, we want it to be as long as the mortgage. And right now the mortgage companies that we're talking to are 30 years.
So if in fact, what are you going to do at the end of 30 years? Some of us have lived here for 50 years, so 30 years doesn't seem so long.
We literally, we have zero desire. We're not taking anything back. So we could probably even do 99-year lease if we needed to. We haven't really worked out that total detail, but we know that we have to do it at least minimum for 30 to cover the mortgage. But our intent is you own it, you're going to own it forever. We're not taking it back.
Well, what happens though? I mean, you own it forever. That means you get to sell it. But they won't get to sell it, right?
Yeah, you can sell your home. Absolutely. You can sell your home.
So they can sell the structure, but it'd be
absolutely.
But it'd be subject to that underlying lease.
Absolutely. Okay. So if you bought one of our cabins or casitas, and let's say, Madam Chair, you lived there for 5 years, you enjoyed it, you put your child in it for college, they went to NAU, it was great, you're like, I'm done with living up north, you would put it on the market and sell it. And you sell it for whatever the market value is of it, which will probably be more than what you pay for it, just like any other home. And the person buying it agrees to the CC&Rs and the documents, and then has we call it, it's a land lease, but it's really an HOA fee. It's a fee that you pay monthly to live in the community, and it will cover the sewer, the water, the snow removal, the trash, all the exterior maintenance, all the landscaping. So, I mean, that's why it's kind of resorty, because the outlying exterior of the houses, you're not going to have to paint your home ever.
So what are you expecting to be able to sell the cabins, 2-bedroom cabins, 3-bedroom cabins, the casita/RV? What are you expecting to be selling those for?
We don't have any prices finalized because the market is all over the place with materials. Our sewer and water system costs have gone up drastically since we first performed this project. I can tell you that our goal is to sell very fast as far as being able to build sequentially like a production builder. We want to be able to build these homes as efficiently as we can, because the cost right now on materials, and as difficult as labor is to find, we want to build these things as cost effectively as we can. So I can't say they're going to be 300,000. I mean, obviously the casitas, we are going to be at a price point that we hope any family could potentially buy that. But I can't tell you a price today, but we know our goal is to be super competitive because we want to just sell them. We're not out to gouge everybody. We're not going to sit on this community for 5 years and try to get top dollar. These aren't custom homes. They're going to be very highly finished, granite, wood floors, nice windows, great energy efficient walls, great HVAC systems. It's going to be very much set up technology wise, where if you're driving up, you can turn on your heat and you can get your house warming before you get there. And you're going to be able to control things from your phone. So they're going to be very energy conscious and very, very, not techie, but they're going to be very smart homes. And because we want to make sure we're doing the right thing for the environment. But to answer your question, I can't tell you the exact price today.
Okay, thank you. And other questions from the board members?
Question.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation, very elaborate. Do see some of the changes that have been made. My question is, there was a comment made that if this wasn't passed, the property would be used in some other form without the zoning change. So can you elaborate on that a little bit? What would be Plan B if this wasn't approved?
Vice Chair, we are working with a couple different developers and brokers. So actually, I think one of them was on the call and was planning on trying to address potentially some of this. He is the broker that we've been working with. We, as an investment group, paid a lot of money for this land from the Morrison family. We are not able to sit on it and make it a meadow forever. We have to develop it and do something with it. We have zero desire to divide it into 10-acre parcels and try to sell them at the price point we'd have to sell them at. The sewer and water is very challenging for only 10 homes. So we would be looking at what is allowed to be zoned today. And as of right now, we have 2 rock quarries that are extremely interested because of all the freeway going on, the freeway construction going on 40 and I-17, and they're bringing rock in from west of Williams. And so our broker that is representing us has put us in touch with these 2 gentlemen, and we're very seriously considering that. We do not want to do that. We have zero desire to do that, but we also know that it doesn't require any zoning change. It doesn't require anything, approvals from Coconino County. We just have to go get our permit, and we own the mining rights to the land. And so we can do it. We don't want to. We really want to build a beautiful community that brings back value to Coconino County.
Any other questions from members of the board before we open this up for public hearing? All right.
Madam Chair.
Caller?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and answering our questions directly. At any one time, when all the properties are sold, what would be the population, would you say, with that community? Because you can pretty much rent out the RV, the cabins, and the house, and the resort house. So what would be, what is the projection of the total population?
So we do not expect that we're going to see multiple people in RVs, multiple people in the casitas, and multiple people in the cabins. Our numbers are based off the 70 casitas. Based on a 1-bedroom, we expect 2 people to be living in there. We expect that either to be a student at NAU or just a family who wants a small house. So that's 140 people. We anticipate the cabins, based on their square foot, in the 2 to 3 bedrooms, we're expecting 4 people living in those homes, which is 644 people. So that's a total of 784 people if everybody is there occupying their spaces. We don't anticipate that. We know that doesn't happen. We know from all of our traffic studies, we know from all of our traffic flows that that's not even going to impact the interstate or the exit or the community. We don't anticipate these families taking, 8 people in an RV and 6 people, and we're probably going to have to clarify a few things, but we don't know exactly. We don't anticipate that happening. I know that there's a lot of people outside the community, specifically, who have written letters thinking we're going to have thousands of people at this. Did you have thousands of people in any community? I mean, we have homes that probably have in-laws and families living with them because of rough times. If that happens, we can't stop it. I don't want a family to be dispersed because of that. But as of right now, we're anticipating 784 total people added to the community. And with it being gated, nobody else is going to be allowed in there. So the public is not going to just randomly come through.
Any other questions, members of the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for the presentation that was presented to us regarding this project. And somewhere along the way, I heard something about the fencing. There's going to be no fencing towards the forest. Is that the forest, or And then now we're saying it's like a gated community, whatever. So I'm kind of a little confused there. Can you please clarify that?
Yeah, Supervisor Begay, let me clarify. So the community is gated as in the road, the entry gates will have auto gates in it. We will do a decorative wood fencing, like a split rail fence that's very designed for the architecture. And then what right now today is a barbed wire fence around the 3 different sides, the south, the north, and the east. We will take off that top wire of barbed wire and make it friendly for the animals. But the entire west side will be more of a wood split rail fence. And so therefore the car traffic will not be able to just randomly come through. If somebody parks and wants to climb through the fence, they can, but we want it to be friendly to the animals as well. So we want them to be able to get under or over the fence.
And also, I know that in various parts of the county here, we're having a lot of issues with OHVs that are out there and making their own roads and stuff like that. So I'm concerned about the reassurance of that, you know, is it's open to anyone, everyone, and you know, there's rules that go with that, but you know, there's not enough public safety people to address that. So I'm just kind of wondering how that's going to be curtailed or maintained, you know, as far as not, you know, because there's a lot that in itself will be prone to fires and, you know, littering, you know, and that's what's happening in parts of our county right now, and we can't control it right now.
Yeah, Supervisor Bay, thank you for that. I mean, we have been battling the UHV situation. Way we are planning on dealing with it, we've made an agreement that we're going to put an informational sign at the entrance to the forest right there by our property. We are going to put information which is already developed from the Forest Service that will be in all the closing packets for all the homeowners. And we will also make it very clear that they need to adhere to all the guidelines that are already set. The one thing I can say is in the community that I live in up by Mormon Lake, all the people that have OHVs or side-by-sides treat the forest with total respect because it is their backyard. So I personally believe in the people that I have seen create problems out there when I've been out there, either hunting or just using the forest, is people that are coming up from Phoenix for the weekend because they don't own property up there and they don't care. They're just boondocking, they're leaving their trash, etc. We are going to urge the community, and I can't promise that we can make this all happen, but we're going to urge the community to adopt a team that will be able to quarterly go out and pick up some trash, kind of like adopt a highway. And we've talked to the Forest Service about that. We also intend on trying to do informational groups because we really want this community to respect the forest and respect the community. I cannot keep a licensed vehicle off the street. That would be discrimination if I said you can't ride a motorcycle, you can't ride your OHV, if Arizona Department of Transportation legalizes it and puts a tag on it. What we will enforce, and we've said this before, no licensed vehicles will be allowed on the streets unless they're trailered. So if it's a dirt bike, it's going to have to be trailered to the forest.
Okay, one more last question. The other problem that we're having with these roads is that the public safety, they're limited. We hear that, you know, it takes over an hour to, you know, to have someone answer their call. The other one is the fire safety. As far as how have you contact the nearest fire station as to what you're planning on doing, and if they can handle, you know, additional 100 plus more people to be living in an area nearby that they, in case something should happen. So that's I guess my question is in the area of public safety and fire safety.
Yes, Supervisor BA, thank you again for that. Yes, we have met with the Pinewood Fire. We actually have a letter, a will serve letter that they have promised to commit that they can serve this area. They're saying they have no problem coming up there. They service all I-17 anyway. We've gone through our plan with them. We've showed them our roads, our access, and we've also discussed the fact that we're providing them an office in our clubhouse. So if they want to put a remote truck or a rescue up there along with the sheriff's office, they will have an office to be able to be remote and be able to use if they like to, why it's up there at no cost to them. We're providing that for free, part of the community, because we want their presence there. We want this neighborhood to be as beautiful as it can and kept as well as nice as it can, which is why we're controlling all the landscaping, all the streets, all the roads, and all the exteriors of all the homes. We don't want someone going up there and putting sheds up in barns and making it look like some of the other communities that are around. We honestly don't want this to look like Munns Park RV Park. All of us have been through there multiple times, and to me, it feels like a life safety issue, but it's not the quality of what we want to produce. But we are going to be very price conscious and make sure that we can make sure that all the families hopefully can afford to live there.
Yeah, and I have another question. As far as the commissioners, I know they're a separate entity, but they had in April you met with the commissioners went and denied. And so have you gone back to talk to them about the information that you've updated as far as, present it back to them again? But for us, it sounds like, if we don't prove anything tonight, then you have other plan B that, you don't have to come to the county for anything. That's the way it sounded. So I was just kind of wondering about that. You went thoroughly on all the the areas that the rules that was brought before, and we were discussing that. So that's the other thing that's kind of lingering in my mind right now.
Scott, can I take this question, please?
Absolutely.
So Supervisor Begay, this is Tom Klein. So just to go back in time, when we first took this, our first site plan before the Planning and Zoning Board of Commissioners, they voted unanimously 6-0 in support of our plan. And that was based on a plan that had 151 RV lots and 147 cabins. Then we took the plan before you all, and we were denied on a 0-4 vote. And we really took from that meeting that the meadow was an issue and some of the OHV. Fast forwarding, our whole purchase sale agreement with the prior owner, Mr. Richard Morrison, everything was based on a contingency of receiving a zone change. So when we were unsuccessful with the county on that, we had to make a decision on what to do. Because if we stepped up to the plate and bought this property, it was being sold to a rock quarry, okay? We stepped up, we closed on the property on November 5th of 2021, and we went back to the drawing board based on all of your concerns when we were denied back in April of 2021. And what you see before you tonight is our new plan, which we took all of your recommendations of. We really want to preserve the meadow. It was really dense at the time. We lowered our density by 67 units. And we feel we've really, come back with a great plan that we can live with and be able to make it pencil, as well as something that the county can be proud of. The other point I want to make is from day one, when we first met with the planning department at Coconino County, this was always described to us in July of 2020 that this was a gateway to Flagstaff property. And from day one, we have always kept that right close to our vest. We are committed to this. We want this to be a gateway to Flagstaff property. And we want this to be something that not only you guys are proud of, but that we're proud of as well. So hopefully I answered your question in regards to that. Supervisor Begay, the other thing I want to reiterate is that we have sat down with Chief Tope with Pinewood Fire Department. He gave us a will serve letter. The whole dollars and cents wise will be figured out if we do get a zone change. Then they base everything on the tax. This is what everyone will get taxed as. But we are being provided by fire by Pinewood's sanitary district. I did speak with the Coconino County Sheriff's Department. They said they will serve whatever the county approves. So, and I did explain to him that we would be offering a office in our clubhouse. He said that's great, Tom, and wished us luck. So hopefully I answered all your questions.
Thank you.
Any more questions before we open this up? To,
Madam Chair, just
yes, Supervisor
two
Ryan.
quick questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Lawrence, you know, you may answer this or one of your other folk here. Just as you get into public health and safety, you need to have a secondary access point. What's your intent on over the winter months? Are you keeping that clear? And is that gated? What's the approach associated with that?
No, so we're doing an all-weather road all the way south to the other exit, and that will be plowed and kept clear. So we'll be able to exit off Newman Park, or if there's emergencies, you can go all the way south on that fire service road all the way out. I think it's called Willard Springs Road.
But it would be maintained as a secondary exit, is not a primary, then not a regular thoroughfare, but kept clear. Okay.
No, it will be kept clear. It is an all-weather road for fire trucks, and that is what we intend. And then our community will be paved out in front.
And intent of snow removal on that secondary exit?
Yeah, we will do the snow removal all the way down to Willard Springs so that we have access, but it's an all-weather road. But our main exit in and out of the community will be Newman Park.
Right. Okay. Okay. And then the other question is associated with the mobile spaces adjacent to, and you may have answered this when Supervisor Horstman or Chair Horstman was speaking. So are they living units, the mobile spaces next to the casitas?
Yes, they will have power, sewer, and water hookups so that if you have an RV, you can put on it. If you want to stay in it, you can. We are not going to tell them they can't live in it. We don't anticipate all of the casita owners who buy to have a motor coach. But if they choose to, they're more than willing. We will have stipulations on years. And so therefore, you're not going to have an old jalopy sitting out there. We will make sure that through our CC&Rs that we stipulate a certain year so that the vehicles have to stay nice.
Okay. But that also is a potential additional population, or do you have restrictions thought out associated with that?
It could be additional population. We don't anticipate multiple families all up there living. We anticipate the casita truly to be more of a she shed, man cave, as it was brought in the design from Bruce. The family room is really designed to be a garage. So the intent is if you have a car or truck or a side-by-side or a boat, you'd park it inside your casita. So what we truly anticipate is that families would potentially buy those, put their RV up there, hook it up, and then there's one bedroom in the casita that would be a place that you could stay. And the main reason is why is if you've been RVing, which maybe you have, Matt, Mr. Supervisor, I don't anticipate people being able to come up there and all pile in their RV if they have a couple friends come up for the weekend. So the whole reason for the casita is so that you could use it as a residence, or you could use it as a garage, she shed, man cave to have a place to be able to hang out, especially when the weather's not good.
Supervisor Risen, I just want to add a couple points to what Scott just explained. The casita is set up with a full kitchenette and it's a full bath. So it's a tub shower, vanity, toilet, and it'll have a stackable washer dryer as well. So, I mean, it's a full living unit that's both heated and cooled.
Okay. Yeah. And okay. Well, thank you. All right. That's what I have for now, Madam Chair.
Very good. All right. Looking at no further questions, and of course, we can always ask questions after the public hearing. But at this point, I would like to go ahead and open the public hearing on this. Members of the public, this is an opportunity for you, the public, to respond, to make comments, questions, etc. on the consideration and possible action to approve Ordinance 2022-05, approving a request for a zone change from G, which is general 10-acre minimum parcel size zone, to RC resort commercial zone with approval of a master development plan for the development of a resort, the property located on the east side of I-17 5 miles north of Munns Park and 1/2 mile south of the Newman Park exit owned by Windmill Ranch Resort. Members of the public, this is your time to be heard on this. And for that, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, who will explain how you can join us here and make your comments at this public hearing. So, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a public comment in this hearing, if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, there's a raise hand icon that will appear that looks like a hand. And if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Horseman, I do have 5 hands already raised.
Good. And let me make a comment for those. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to hearing from you. I'd like to make it clear that some of you I know have responded through email and letter. Those will be part of the record. We have all individual board members received that packet. We've all had the opportunity to read your emails and your letters, and so have, of course, the applicants. So that is part of the record. If you have made those, you do not need to restate your email, but you're certainly welcome to if you choose to. This is an open public hearing, and now is your time to address the board. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. I know that Lindsay, our clerk, will basically keep time on that. So we ask you to honor the 3-minute time rule on this, and we look forward to hearing from you. So thanks for joining us. We know it's getting late, and thank you for sticking in here with us. So at this point, Lindsay, let's go ahead and hear from our public.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And I will mention, once I unmute you, if you can please state your name and address for the record, so we make sure to get that in the minutes. The first person I have with their hand raised is with the name Jen. Jen, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak, and you'll just need to unmute yourself. You there, Jen? You just need to unmute yourself. Okay, I think Jen may be having trouble unmuting herself. I'm going to go ahead and move to Speaker Seth Damon.
And Jen, we'll come back to you to see if you can figure out your technology and your technological challenges. We understand how those go. So we'll come back to you. So let's go to the second caller.
Speaker Seth Damon, I have allowed you to speak. You'll just need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Speaker Seth Damon. We do see your hand and we see your name on here. So it appears that you're on, but you are still muted. Can you unmute yourself? Would you want to explain how they can unmute themselves again, Clerk Daly?
Sure, they just need to hit the unmute button on their screen where the microphone is. Let's try Bernie.
We'll come back to you, Speaker Damon.
Bernie, if you can please unmute yourself. There you go.
There we go. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can. And thank you for joining us this evening, Bernie. Please give us your
Madam
name.
Chair?
Yes. And please give us your name and where you reside.
Sure. My name's Bernie Pospichel. I live in Munns Park, P.O. Box 25179. I've been here for a little over 25 years now. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. I believe this is a beautiful part of our great democracy. The fact that no matter how small the voice, every citizen can be heard. Hopefully those small voices can get loud en masse. Because yes, Mr. Lawrence, there is a group of people here in Munns Park working together. We may be 5 miles away, but we will be the most impacted by your plan. There's a lot of things that are going to affect Munns Park from your plan, just from people getting their mail. We haven't heard where they would get their mail yet. Also, you know, our restaurants, our gas stations, sometimes in the summer are already overwhelmed. We'll see what happens with that. There are a few other things, Mr. Lawrence, I wanted to address. It almost sounded, sir, like you're holding this board hostage. That if they don't approve your plan tonight, that you're going to make this into a rock quarry or some other evil entity that will be much worse for all of us. I don't know, that's not right. That's not the way it should be. What you're doing is taking away a beautiful piece of nature. I've driven past that piece of nature every day for 25 years. I tell you, just a couple weeks ago, I drove by and I thought to myself, oh, thank God that RV park didn't go through, because look how beautiful this is. The sun was setting to my west and there was a herd of elk to that eastern edge of the woods, and horses roaming in the field. And I just thought, this is beautiful. This is what should be here. I know you guys spend a lot of money on it. And what I think you should do is donate the land back to the Forest Preserve, or the Forest Service, rather. Take the tax breaks, take your money and run. Go make a plan somewhere else. Build your big cities like where you're from are built. But leave our country places alone. What you're taking away can never be replaced. When my great-grandchildren drive past that meadow, they're not going to see a meadow and elk and deer and horses. They're going to see old pickleball courts and the remnants of a once was RV park. Don't do that to us. Let us have our meadows. Let us have our woods. Let us have our country. This is where we live, and this is how we want it to be. Madam Chair, members of the board, I beseech you, don't let this happen, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bernie. And again, thank you for staying with us this evening. Appreciate your comments. Do we have others? And should we go back and see if Speaker Damon is able to unmute? Or Jen, either one?
Speaker Damon, I have allowed you to speak if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself. Same with Jen, you are allowed to speak if you would like to go ahead and unmute yourself. I'm going to go ahead and promote speaker to panelists and see if that will help with.
I was going to recommend that. So Speaker Damon, we are going to promote you to panelist. And once you're a panelist, you should be able to take your unmute button off and to join us just like everybody else who is here before us on a panelist. And Jen will do the same for you next. So let's do Speaker Damon first.
And you do need to accept the promotion. So you'll see a little box that comes up that says, if you'd like to be promoted, hit yes. So you do need to hit that.
Clerk Daly, can we add that once they are panelists, they can find the unmute button at the bottom left-hand part of their screen? They can just hover and they will see the mute, unmute, and video and stop video buttons. Just hit the mute button until it says, until it shows green.
And Jen, I am doing the same for you. Oh, there's speaker. There you go. Speaker.
Very good. Good evening, Speaker Damon. You are on and you are unmuted. So please, you have comments. You have 3 minutes of comments and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Oh, great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. Good evening to all the commissioners. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening. I know that you did indicate, Madam Chair, that we're not wanting to take up too much time this evening with you guys, but I just want to go ahead and say thank you to everyone on the phone this evening, and a wonderful presentation by the county and by the presenters to us here from Windmill Ranch. I did hear the gentleman too and his concerns from the community. I take great blessings in this open dialogue that we're having this evening, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak foremost on an issue that's not only great as hearted to help as what we can do to promote economic development in our communities, not only being the Speaker of the Navajo Nation, but being a resident of Arizona, northern Arizona. I think the most important thing that I just have here this evening to say is that the Navajo Nation's been working together with the county over on many different opportunities, from our roads and now currently into our and future holes in our broadband world. And I really want to make sure that our areas of interest currently work together, and that's the reason why that we did support this in episode of opportunity from the Windmill Ranch organization. And one of the most intriguing things that takes the responsibility that the nation is looking at is how much expansion in the future that the nation is going to be working with within the county, and the opportunity for better housing program. That's what we're looking at. We're building for the nation and for everyone that's in Northern Arizona. I think that we can work together and taking part in this great commitment in order for us to go ahead and work together with the future economic development opportunities just like this. And as a citizen and representative in Northern Arizona, I just greatly note that you did take consideration of the nation's position that we did upload there last month on September 9th in order for the support of this endeavor. So again, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say that small addition, and we just continue to make sure that we work together with the county, the nation, the municipalities, and the state of this great state of Arizona. So again, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us this evening and for your comments. We again appreciate you waiting patiently for the public meeting to open up. So thank you for being with us. And Jen, we're doing the same for you. We're going to promote you to panelist. You need to accept the invite to be a panelist, and then you can hover at the lower part of your screen and unmute yourself. So let's see if we can do that.
Chair Horstman, I just received an email from Jen that she raised her hand accidentally. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to Brian and Annette Jacobs.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
I have gone ahead and allowed you. There you go.
Hi, thanks for listening. I want to just reiterate what Bernie said and just thank the board.
I apologize. Would you mind stating your full name and your address? Please?
My apologies.
Sorry.
Annette Jacobs, and I'm at 17025 South Teal in Munns Park.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, there was a lot of comments by the presenters so far, and somebody made a comment about the fact that a lot of these emails that were received by the board were mostly copied and pasted. I'm one of those ones that actually wrote out my feelings, but I wanted to point out that just because people don't take that time, some people can't reiterate their feelings or write their feelings down, but it doesn't mean that they don't care and they don't care about what's happening to the community. I think that the fact that they took the time to mail it, email it out means a lot. I think Mr. Lawrence had made a comment that the closest houses are 5 to 7 miles. If the southern border of the property is at Willard Springs Road, then that would mean that you guys are only 4 miles from the back of my house. So I know there are other houses that are closer. So please don't discount project people, the fact that there are people very close. There was a notation about this is a conservation-minded project. And so I'm just wondering, although I appreciate you guys are putting safe fencing on next to the freeway, it doesn't explain how having your ponds and your streams going closer to the freeway is going to help the animals in the area. Animals are not going to come near houses and loud traffic and bypass the whole project in order to get to that water. So eliminating options that are closer to the forest is concerning to me. And then I think it was the last gentleman that was talking about the casitas. So if somebody can answer, so what I'm hearing is if you have a casita, you could actually have a casita, have your boat parked in the garage, have an RV parked in the driveway. So you can have people living in the RV and people living in the house. And that's going to be what the options are, or the HOA is or is not going to allow that. So I'm still concerned with those things, mostly the animal situation. So that's all I have. I appreciate you guys listening.
Thank you very much. And again, we appreciate your comments and for joining us this evening. Is there other folks that would like to make comments to the board during this public hearing?
We do have Tom Pfeiffer. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak if you just want to unmute.
And Tom, again, would you please state your full name and your address?
Yes, my name is Tom Pfeiffer. My address is 8999 North Bel Air Road, Casa Grande, Arizona. I am the owner of the property directly north, on the other side of the Forest Service, north of the said property. I'm right at the exit at Newman Park. I have 300 feet on each side of the exit. The Murphy property happens to be north of me. I think this is a great idea. I think it's outstanding for the area. Nothing to say about the income that will come, the taxes that can be made on this for the county. I think it's outstanding. For example, I have been there for 50 some years. I had a ranch there and I lived there. And for the last 40 years, I've had it rented out until last spring when the renter retired and he moved away. My wife and I have spent our summers there at the ranch at Newman Park for the last 40 years, except for this year and COVID's got us, so we had to stay home. But this is a wonderful idea for the area. Northern Arizona needs places like that because a lot of people come to the mountain in the summertime and they want places to stay. And Flagstaff, as you all know, is so crowded, you can't hardly move around in it. This would be a wonderful idea for Northern Arizona. And I am 100% in favor of it. As I said, I am the only neighbor that lives or ever lived in that area. So I want to thank the board. I think the windmill production was outstanding. I think it was done with the utmost of care and consideration for all the aspects, including the wildlife, including the drainage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think it could be anything but good for the area, for the county, and everything that goes along with it. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Tom. We appreciate you addressing the board tonight and for your patience. Anyone else who would like to address the board during this public hearing?
Next, I have Autumn Montoya. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. You'll want to unmute and state your name and address, please.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and the board. My name is Autumn Montoya. My address is 8950 Marys Drive, Flagstaff, Arizona. I would like to kind of piggyback on Tom Pfeiffer's comments. This has been really well thought out, and it is certainly, while there's opposition to it, by far the lesser of the evils. In addition to complying with as many things as they can with the county area or the area plan, the county, we have a declared housing emergency in Flagstaff. I attended a meeting with the House of Representatives a couple of weeks ago, and Flagstaff is 8,000 housing units short. And estimated projections are that we're 150 to 200 units per year, going to be even more short on housing. I mean, it's housing, it is jobs, it's so much for our community. They can say it's an in-holding, but is it really with a freeway running right next to it? Additionally, that freeway's already got 13,000 to 20,000 vehicles per day going through there, looking at an ADOT study from 2020. The traffic's there. That's not going to change. So let's take advantage of it. The other thing is that this is private property. This belongs to people. If you want to preserve it and if you don't want to see it developed, buy it and keep it as a meadow It is certainly beautiful, and I think they've done a great job planning to make the best use of it. Anyways, thank you very much, and great job, Windmill Ranch.
Thank you, Autumn. And again, thank you for your comments and for staying up with us late tonight. So is there anyone else?
Yes, Chair Horseman, I have Mary Mitchell. Mary, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute your microphone and state your name and address, please. Mary, I have allowed you to speak. If you want to go ahead and unmute your microphone, which will appear if you hover toward, there you go.
Good evening,
Hear
Mary.
me? Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Mary Mitchell. My address is 2777 West Queen Creek Road, Chandler, Arizona. And I just wanted to say I was happy to see the presentation tonight. We really like the area. We like the serenity of the area. And we think the location is great. My husband and I are very much interested in having a place we can go to in the mountains in the summertime and have it be easily accessible and have a home that is low maintenance and that can be taken care of on the outside for when we are not there. We think there's been great care given to positioning the homes and having the look of the homes blend in with nature. And so we're very excited for this project to be approved and think it'll be a great addition for the county. It will add to your tax base, and just really looking forward to having an opportunity to have the project be approved and be a part of your community.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for your comments.
The next person we have is Allison Tiffany. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute your microphone and state your name and address, please. Allison, if you can hit your unmute button, which will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover down towards the bottom. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move to Richard Morrison.
Allison, we'll come back to you and see if you can get yourself unmuted. So Richard Morrison, looks like you are unmuted. So good evening, and please introduce yourself and where you live, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Richard Morrison, 1871 North Fox Hill, Flagstaff. I'm the guy who sold this property to Windmill Ranch Resort. And I did it only after months and months of careful negotiation with this team about what they wanted to do with the property. This property is near and dear to me. I will always care about this property. I would anyway. But actually, when Bob Short made his presentation, he mentioned that he sent notice to the landowner with the 65 acres up the hill. Well, that's me. I got that notice. I still own property within 1.5 miles of Newman Park, and I care very much what happens on Newman Park. I do feel obliged to explain to the public that when you heard about the alternative of a rock quarry, that idea was not original to Tom Klein, Scott Lawrence, and Chris Hawley. I was approached by road builders years ago who knew that I-17 was going to be subjected to major construction or rebuilding efforts, and they needed material for the project. I did not want it to be a rock quarry. What I wanted was something that would preserve the legacy of my family that ran that part of a Windmill Ranch for 40 years. Now, it's not been mentioned expressly tonight, but part of my agreement with Windmill Ranch Resort is that in the community center, there will be a display of the history of the ranch, There'll be pictures of the cowboys who worked this property, who took care of the horses, who took care of the cattle. All of that will be on display as a part of preserving and appreciating the agricultural heritage of this property, which was at the headquarters of our operating cattle ranch. As I said, I did not want the quarry. What I wanted was a quality development that would serve the region, that Flagstaff would be proud of, that my family could be glad. I mean, it's kind of hurt my heart to have to sell this property, which I did have to do for reasons of estate administration after my father died. But we wanted to make sure that something of quality went on this property. This plan satisfied my criterion. I am very pleased with this plan, and I much prefer it to anything else that might happen on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Again, we appreciate your comments and being with us this evening. Any other comments?
Chair Horseman, next I have Farah. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute your microphone and state your name and address, please.
Hi, excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Farah. Good evening, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Farah Reshak, and it's PO Box 25213, and that's in Munns Park, Arizona. I won't reiterate the things that I've written about before. I do notice that Bernie had mentioned something about the brokerage, rock quarries and things like that, but also brokers can also broker deals with people that are interested in a natural conservatory or something like they did for Kachina Village, which would really be good for the environment, but also more importantly, because there's so much high density going on, Flagstaff is inundated with traffic. It's very dangerous, and it's even more so even in the winter when we have school kids there. Also, another thing is to look at what Sedona is going through right now with all their development and how they're trying to back end and fit in the forest, the traffic, and trying to fix some of the issues that they have developed because of the overdevelopment of open spaces such as this. Although Mormon Lake does have a lot more ability and flexibility because the housing isn't as dense to get to Mormon Lake for the elk, I think that this would impede them getting to the meadow, and the meadow would be greatly decreased as well. Also, the wells that are going in, I think we should be looking at Pine and Strawberry, some of the things that they're going through right now with the development that they've experienced and with what's going on with their current well situations, as well as those in Arizona and in the Southwest. You also have to look at climate. You got to look at all the heat retention we're going to get with all the man-made materials, 231 buildings, paved roads, additional paved roads, and that type of thing is also going to impact it. As far as the traffic for I-17, that's an evacuation path if there's a fire north and south. So you will be adding those homes to the Munns Park evacuation plans for fire. I don't know that anybody's really spoke of that as well. I wish I would have known about this sooner. Had I would have been looking for somebody, which I have been looking for somebody to purchase this property so that it couldn't not just be an expensive overpaid meadow that was zoned at G and now is being requested to be zoned as a resort community, which is actually just high density housing. I would like the board to please consider some of these things: the water, the well, the traffic, open space, and more importantly, migratory. The wildlife migratory will definitely be impacted. It's not like Mormon Lake and how the houses are built there. It's going to be a lot more dense. I appreciate your time. I appreciate everything the developers presented as well. Thank you. Please consider a no vote.
Thank you, Farah. We did also receive your earlier emails. So thank you for being with us this evening. Any other individuals?
Next, I have Everett. Everett, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address, please.
Warfork 17030, Grizzly Ridge.
Munns Park. I'm actually a neighbor. If you leave the back of my house, you can walk to this area. And if you're in the back of my house, you'll see there's ATV paths. Over the last couple of years, the amount of ATV traffic has quadrupled. The noise can be horrendous going through the trails. Now you want to open a whole new series of ATVs that will be going into the forest. This is killing the forest, killing the area, killing the wildlife. It's simply a crazy idea. It's zoned. The zoning is good the way it is. Something should be developed based on the zoning that exists today. To make this a resort community so close to our area makes no sense. This only through some very dedicated people was I made aware of this happening. If we needed to, as we have done in the past, we could have got hundreds and hundreds of people involved in fighting this. What I really appreciate is that we had the zoning board for the first time ever voted against it. I thought it was dead. I thought when the zoning board, who had never ever disapproved the project in the past, would have disapproved this, with this didn't meet any of the requirements that are required for a resort community. So we thought it was dead. Now it popped up again. I have total confidence and faith in the supervisors that no way on God's green earth would they ever allow a resort community to be built on the gateway to Flagstaff. So I do appreciate what the supervisors have done in the past, and I do appreciate the way they are to protect us. No way do I expect that they would ever vote for such a crazy, insane idea of destroying the forest so close to our homes. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Warfolk, and appreciate your comments this evening. Are there others?
There are. Next, I have Sharon. Sharon, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute and state your name and address, please.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you, Sharon. And again, if you could state your full name and your address and your comments.
All right. My name is Sharon Grether, 745 Stringer Road in Munns Park. This is very emotional for me, and it gets me very upset. As was stated, we thought this was over with. It seems like the people that are for this don't live close to this. We live very close to this. We are going to be greatly impacted by this community if it goes through. Number two on the comprehensive plan was it that the community cannot be detrimental to health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare of anything around the community. Well, I think it will be detrimental in all of those areas. First of all, there's several things that will be detrimental to us. First of all, the forest is already overwhelmed in the summertime. If you haven't lived here and haven't seen it, every year we get more and more campers out in this forest that is backing up to our communities. And it's becoming dangerous. There's noise, there's dust, there's more and more accidents every year of the OHV vehicles. Somebody died last summer. Our fire resources, our fire department can't handle everything that goes on in the summertime here and all of I-17 around us, plus another community. Whether they say they can or can't, that doesn't mean that they actually can. Wildfire, another big thing nobody's brought up is Wi-Fi and cell service. Our Wi-Fi and cell service has gotten so bad in our community because we have so many more people moving here in the last couple of years I can't imagine what it would be like with another community 5 miles away from us. It'll be non-existent. So it's just very frustrating to me that we will be impacted by this and the developers feel like we don't have a say in this, that we don't matter. The trails from this community directly connect to our community. Those people will be coming down here on their off-road vehicles. They'll be using our roads. They'll be using our gas stations, our restaurants. It's just too much. We are just, the forest in our community is overwhelmed with population as it is, and we just can't handle anymore. And I appreciate being heard. And I hope you guys vote no on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you for your comments. There are others.
Next, I have Jeff. Jeff, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute your microphone and state your name and address, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and you are unmuted, so please state your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Jeff Manier. I am 9814 East Watford Way in Sun Lakes, Arizona. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. I have been licensed to sell real estate in Arizona for over 30 years. I'm also a licensed broker in Hawaii and Washington. In addition, I provide real estate consulting for master plan resort community developers. And it's just by chance that I ran into one of the owners of this property right before your last meeting a month ago, and was invited to sit in and watch via Zoom. And unfortunately, it was postponed, as you all know. But I just want to say, I have ties to Coconino County because approximately 20 years ago, I was a director of sales and marketing for Pine Canyon, a private residential golf community there, and my staff and my in-laws have owned a home in Mark for many, many years. Now, I've been involved in the sales and marketing development of several very nice master plan communities in the Western United States, and almost all of them, you'll run into opposition. In almost every circumstance, almost every case, it's people yelling, "Now that I'm here, close the gate and don't let anyone else in." And they feel very strongly about that attitude. Unfortunately, it's a very selfish attitude. It's one that I feel is unrealistic and irresponsible, because we have to admit there are people arriving in Arizona every day. The state is going to keep growing. In fact, it's one of the fastest growing states in the country. So whether you like it or not, those folks are going to keep coming. So in my opinion, it will only be prudent for Coconino County if they try to look ahead and anticipate the future and plan for it, in a way that best serves the community. So I agree with Ms. Montoya. There's a serious shortage of housing for affordable housing and reasonably priced housing in Coconino County and down here in the valley. It seems to me that Windmill Ranch would be a very good step to address that issue. They would provide reasonably priced housing, and it would be new quality construction. This isn't a haphazard thrown together community. This is a master plan community that's going to be aesthetically pleasing. It's going to be very attractive. It's well thought out. It's going to be beautifully landscaped with shrubs and trees. And you have to ask yourselves, what if we don't approve this?
You can please wrap it up, Jeff.
What's that?
If you can please wrap up.
We have a 3-minute limit, and you're getting near the end. So if you could wrap up, please.
I am wrapping up right now. So what I'm saying is the option is if you don't approve this, the property could be used for something far less desirable. So I'm hoping that you'll do what's best for Coconino County and for Arizona and approve communities like this that will enhance the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Jeff, and for staying up with us this evening. So are there any other would like to provide comments?
Yes, we have Paul. Paul, if you can please unmute your microphone, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. And if you can please state your name and address.
Paul,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, my name's Paul Wood. I live at 3686 Ancient Trail, and that's in Coconino Village. First of all, I'd like to thank the board supervisors for allowing me to participate in tonight's meeting. I also want to thank the people of Munns Park and Coconino Village and surrounding communities for their support. Windmill Ranch is a bad idea on so many levels. In my email, that is included in your agenda packet, outlined how this project would adversely impact our environment, forests, wildlife, watershed, aquifer, adjoining communities, traffic, crime, and the character of the area, and last of all, society as a whole. I'm one of the many residents that are directly affected by their ill-conceived plan. Since I only have a few minutes, I will not address every point I outlined in my email, but there's two areas I wish to highlight. First of all, the off-highway vehicles. No matter how many pamphlets, displays, or educational opportunities they provide, off-highway vehicles will descend upon us, ripping up our forests as well as making ripping up our forest roads as well as making new ones. They will drive birds and other wildlife from the area with their noise and dust. They pose a danger to both hikers and bicyclists. Windmill Ranch has worked hard to downplay this. The fact is that there is access points near or adjoining their property that directly leads them into the forests on both sides of Interstate 17. The fact is that Windmill Ranch has no control of anything outside of the resort. The Forest Service and the Sheriff's Department doesn't have the manpower nor the funds. The second is short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are destroying our neighborhoods. I realize just mentioning it makes the board uncomfortable. State laws has stopped our local government's ability to control them. These laws have put Coconino County in a difficult position with the possibility of lawsuits if they even consider this matter. Windmill Ranch has said they will only allow 30-day rentals, but the truth of the matter is, once this is approved, they can do what they want and absolutely nothing can be done about it. Greed speaks very loudly. This has been for the county board and was turned down. In April, they resubmitted their application with changes, and the planning and zoning recommended denial because it clearly didn't meet the criteria set forth in the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan, which is the same finding that the board made. I asked the County Board of Supervisors to follow the recommendations of planning and zoning as well as the wishes of their constituents and deny this rezoning application. Lastly, you may change the color, may change the way you put it on. It's still lipstick on a pig. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for your comments and for, again, staying with us for this public hearing. Next,
I have Allison Tiffany. Allison, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Allison Tiffany, P.O. Box 18131, Munns Park, Arizona. I don't get to have 3 hours to say my piece. I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to stick to what I think is the most important. So as Paul said, the board rightly, and I'm grateful to the board for disapproving this and denying it in 2021. And I'm grateful that the commission rightly denied it in 2022. I keep hearing all this talk about this plan B of the rock quarry. It sounds like you're threatening the board. It sounds like you're threatening the community. And I just sat here and looked through all of the uses on pages 36 to 40 in the Coconino County Ordinance. And I would urge the supervisors, even if you have to go into some sort of executive session, to look at the ordinances. As I'm reading it and I'm looking here, mining and rock and sand and all that business falls under C, which is a conditional use permit. It is not P, which is a permitted use. If I am correct in understanding that, then that means that they would actually have to go through an entire application and hearing process similar to what we're going through right now, where they would still have to be able to show that that conditional use was consistent with the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan. The public would be entitled to speak, and of course, there would be complete public outrage over that, and not a soul would support that. So that threat is not a real threat, because in my opinion, based on, as I'm reading the ordinance here and knowing how the public feels about that land and knowing how the Board of Supervisors feel about that land, that is never going to be a rock quarry. So let's stop talking about that if I am reading this right, supervisors. Furthermore, the do you comply with the comprehensive plan, whether it's detrimental to public safety, whether it's detrimental to the rural character of the neighborhood. The lawyer talked about he compared it to the various goals in the comp plan and said, oh, we meet all those things. Well, the problem is each goal has policies under them. I counted over 300 policies that fell under all of those goals. They do not meet, they are not consistent with all 300 and something policies that are in the comprehensive plan. There might be a couple things you hit on, but there's over 200 to 300 other policies that you didn't even address that you absolutely are not consistent with. So we don't have lawyers and hours to talk about this. I've got 3 minutes to say it, but you rightly ruled on this the first time. Please, I beg you to rightly rule on it again. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison, and thanks for your perseverance to finally be able to get on and unmuted. So thank you for your comments. Are there anyone else?
Yes, I'll just note, Chair Horseman, we have 4 more hands raised at this time. The next person I have is Greg Bamford. Greg, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself, Greg.
Let's go to the next and we'll try to get back to Greg. We'll come back to you, Greg. See if you can get yourself unmuted. Let's go to the next.
Okay, next is Anita. Anita, it looks like I'm going to go ahead and promote you to panelist. You need to accept the promotion, please. There you go. And unmute yourself. And if you can please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Anita Kopak and I live at Munns Park, PO Box 25770. Good night, County Coconino Board of Supervisors. I am speaking to you today on opposing Windmill Ranch Resort. I believe rezoning is not a good decision. The rezoning will hinder public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare of the established surrounding areas and neighborhoods. Here is why. We will have to share our modest fire department with Windmill Ranch Resort residents, as well as our law enforcement, forestry service, and other resources. They are already stretched thin. Building this resort will bring in the vacation crowd. Being a full-time Munns Park resident and a previous resident in Lake Havasu, I have seen firsthand what this crowd can bring. It will be like a 4th of July weekend most weekends, increased DUIs, fatalities on the 17 and Forest, an uptick in disorderly conduct calls, and we will most likely see more search and rescue calls. Our fire department, police department, and forestry service will be taking on too much. Another reason why I disapprove of the rezoning is that it will adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhoods tenfold. This resort will change these quiet rural neighborhoods into a bustling, busy area, eventually taking away our small town rural feeling that we all love. Apart from all of that, the meadow serves as an intricate web in our delicate ecosystem. The meadow has many purposes. It provides clean water as it naturally filters sediments and toxins, affecting our wells. It also is a key food source for all of our birds, mammals, amphibians, and reptiles. As we all know, the meadow is a big sponge, holding water in the snowmelt and monsoon rains. Destroying the meadow will not only dismantle our water delivery systems, but it will make the forest a giant accelerant for wildfires. Circling back to putting a strain on our fire department and endangering public health and safety. altering the snowmelt and monsoon rains in the meadow by building Windmill Ranch Resort on the meadow will lower precipitation of the entire area, making it an even drier desert forest. So go ahead and thin the forest. If we don't have precipitation, 5 miles into Munns Park, our homes are destroyed. I am a full-time Munns Park resident with one home. I and many others would be devastated over a wildfire that could have been prevented. Flagstaff and its rural areas are the most whimsical landscapes in Arizona. I take pride in living here. This area is like out of a fairy tale. Traveling on the 17 is a charming experience. I have seen over 100 elk. I have seen antelope. I have seen a bear eating an elk out there. It is amazing. Eradicating this meadow for a resort will cause an enormous ripple effect on the forest. And I would like to add, you have neighbors. Munns Park is 5 miles away. Welcome to the rural area. It's not like to say that you don't have neighbors is terrible. You do. And I work in STRs. I see what people come in. They are going to jam beds into those casitas and small homes. They're going to have, I clean them. I see it. You guys are saying only a small family. They're going to be STRs. I clean them.
Please wrap up, Anita.
Okay. So, it will cause this resort will cause a busier, drier, and dangerous forest. Windmill Ranch Resort will suffocate the woodland and I don't think this will protect and enhance the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you for staying on with us and for your comments. Anyone else? I guess we have a couple more.
That's correct, Chair. I do have a Lori S. Lori, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Lori, Lori, can you please unmute yourself?
Am I unmuted now?
You are. You did great. So thank you.
Hi, this is Lori Schuler. My address is Post Office Box 2059, Munns Park. And I believe that this is an awesome project. It has been very well thought out. Maintaining the exterior of these homes. Looking at the photos tonight, the landscaping has been very well done by the landscape architect. They're adding trees, ponds, which, the animals and everything will actually get to enjoy this. But the one thing is, this is going to add revenue for the county taxes and everything, and help with the housing market, which is evidently a shortage in Flagstaff. But one thing we have here in Munns Park, there's 2 homes. They're in total disrepair and rotting down. So it's nice to see a development like this. It's going to go in. They're going to maintain the exterior of the homes and the landscaping. And like I said, I just hope that the commission votes to approve this project and to change the zoning, because I think it would be a big plus for Northern Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, very much for your comments this evening. Lindsay, do we have anyone else?
We do. I have somebody titled member with their hand raised. If you can please unmute, I'm going to go ahead and give you permission to speak and state your name and address for the record. You can go ahead and mute. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could give us your name and address, sir.
Hello, ma'am. My name is JW. I have lived off and on at that very ranch for the
JW, we may be losing you. We heard you for a while and now we can't hear you. JW? I don't know if you were traveling in a car and we may have lost cell connection. JW, we have lost you and I think we're going to go on, but feel free to come back in if you can.
Okay, we've got Greg Bamford with his hand raised. And I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. And then if you can please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
We've talked to Greg Bamford once.
Not yet, I don't. There you go. He was having trouble unmuting.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Greg Bamford at 325 South Higley Road, Gilbert, Arizona, 85296. I want to give a little clarification on some of the things that have been said, but a little background is that I'm the real estate broker that's been handling the transactions for the Morrison family on these ranch properties for the last 15 years or so. We sold the operating ranch in 2012. We've been working to find a user for this land that Tom and his partners have acquired. And to address a couple of the points that have been made, there's been mention of that some public entity should buy the property to keep it open. We worked so hard on that with conservancy groups, with Coconino County, with exchanges, with the Forest Service, and nothing has ever developed from it. We even worked, and I was a co-applicant with Richard Morrison for a project to help the forest restoration project, and that was discontinued. When Tom and his group and Scott came forward to bring this concept, we were pleased and supported it. And then when it was derailed this last spring by the Planning Commission, and their change of the plan that they've done now to bring to you, we became encouraged again. But my role has also been to what has been referred to as Plan B several times this evening. And that is, if it does result that the plan cannot be developed that's being proposed, then we have entered into conversations. We've done a lot of research on what it would be involved if it became a quarry. And I do encourage further research. We've done research, and the mining rules and regulations and laws in the state of Arizona do not allow for the public hearing process that the lady that spoke just a few minutes ago was referring to. So if additional research needs to be done in that, is probably something that should seriously be undertaken. Our reading and study of it is that it could easily become that use. Another point that fits into this part of the discussion too is the geotechnical research that has been done in connection with this current application also has given us information that tells us that the material that could be mined here is in high demand. And so it's not a matter of a lot of ifs, it's a matter of if we don't, and it's not ever meant to, I mean, we're so supportive. Richard Morrison spoke, I'm speaking. We are extremely supportive of the development that's being proposed. It does treat the land with respect.
Mr. Bamford, if you could please wrap up.
Yep. And it's not ever meant to be a threat but it is something that people should be aware of.
Thank you, Greg. We appreciate your comments, and glad you were able to come on and unmute. So good to hear from you. Anybody else?
And I do have the gentleman that was speaking has joined back. So I'm going to go ahead and allow, it's titled member. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can again state your name and address for the record and unmute yourself.
Hello, you there?
Yes, we are, JW. And would you please state your full name and your address?
Yes, Jason Wade. Address is Windmill Park, Windmill Ranch there through the summer. A few things that I heard. First, we'll start with the water. The water has always been a problem there, and it does soak that in. And There's absolutely no river running through there. It runs down along the side and down into the ditch and floods everybody. It's a mess right now, and I imagine that they would fix it. Traffic on 700 Road. Richard Morrison, who I heard spoke earlier, owns 65 acres up on 700 Road. I've been there setting up. I spent the entire last winter there. One thing I can tell you, the traffic is already bad. They do 90 miles an hour. And yes, I agree that there's not people up there to take care of it, but that is not people from Munns Park, and it's not the people from Mountaineer, which is, you say you're 5 miles away from Munns Park, you're also 5 miles away from Mountaineer. There's 2 fire departments. They have a fire department. You have a fire department. The traffic that's doing 90 mile an hour on that road is not coming from either one places. It's people that are coming down up from Phoenix and tearing up the forest and then going back home. The wildlife I know very well. I've been there for 12 years. The wildlife are moving on their own. And I can tell you it's not because these guys want to come in and put an RV park. It's because you're cutting out 90% of our forest. It may look nice and neat from the road when you can see through those trees, but I can tell you right now that the elk are not bedding down there. Nothing's bedding down in there. There's no shelter for them in there. There's no wind block. There's no the rock quarry. I can tell you that the new owners are not the people that thought up the rock quarry. It's not, you're blaming the wrong people. The rock quarry is going to be a last ditch effort to not lose millions of dollars when they get denied for what we all want in our lives. And it's the American dream. I don't understand how people from a town 5 miles away are working so hard to try to throw a wrench in their spokes. It's hateful. It's the land's been, the yellow flowers. Those are not your yellow flowers. I agree. They're beautiful. They're not your yellow flowers. They paid millions of dollars for those yellow flowers. I can go on and on. I think my 3 minutes is probably up, but
Yes, if you
let
could
these
wrap
people
up,
do
JW.
what they.
JW, can you wrap up? You've reached the end of
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I really hope this gets approved, and it's not because I think it's going to be beautiful when I see RV parks. You guys, are you doing this to what happened to Cindy's? Cindy, I don't see you guys throwing a fit there. She gets approved for every single thing she's ever filed. These guys have been trying and trying and trying, and they're doing everything bending over backwards, trying to appease.
Thank you, JW. That's
okay.
the time limit. Thank you.
Thank you, JW. All right. Anybody else?
I do have Chad Radke. Chad, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Chad. Thank you for joining us this evening. Please state your full name and your address.
Yeah, my name's Chad Radke. At 109 Ponderosa Drive in Stoneman Lake, Arizona. And thank you for giving me the time to speak. I appreciate everybody's time. I agree with the first gentleman that spoke. This is part of our democracy of coming together and, being for something or against something. But before tonight, I was 50-50 on this. But after listening to the presentation of the landowners, I'm 100% in favor of this. I think it's a great thing for the area. I heard people talk about the fire department being stretched thin. I think it's also a good thing for the fire service and the police service. There's only 2 ways to increase fire or police protection. First one is raising taxes, and nobody wants that. The second way is development, property development. It brings in tax revenue. This would be a good thing for Pinewood Fire Department because maybe they can add additional resources, another rescue, another piece of apparatus to respond. I also think it's a good thing for the area, the gas stations, the restaurants. It's not a bad thing that people are going to use those services. If anything, if I was a business owner, I'd want to increase my business. You know, you go through Munns Park sometimes 8 o'clock at night, that gas station is closed. How great would it be to have a gas station open maybe 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because the need is there? Or to go and have more restaurants in the area. I'm sure there are some business owners that would like to expand their business. So all in all, this isn't a bad thing. If the people in the area have a problem with side-by-sides, I own one. I clean up the forest. I don't race through the forest. But if you have a problem with side-by-sides, maybe go to the county or go to the Forest Service and rally together and put new regulation or new laws in place. I don't think this is the place to cut somebody's dream out. You know, the landowner previously had a family history here. I 100% support this. I hope you approve it tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you for joining us. Anyone else, Lindsay?
At this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised, so I'll just go ahead and repeat. If you'd like to make a comment, the raise hand icon is down below. When you hover, looks like a hand. If you click that, it'll raise your hand, and we do have 2 people joining us by telephone. So if you're on the telephone and you would like to make a comment, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us you'd like to speak.
This is the last call, members of the public, for this public hearing. If you'd like to be heard, now is the time.
I do have a hand raised with initials MG. MG, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
MG, we see you and you are unmuted, so please make your comments.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Just please state your name and your address.
My name is Melissa Guerrero. I live at 4710 East Woburn Lane in Cave Creek. And after hearing the owners from Munns Park, my family owned a private home in Flagstaff for many years until we had to sell it due to a change in a family situation. Since then, we have rented camps several times in Munns Park for weekends, 2 nights, 3 nights at a time. So having a 30-day rental minimum doesn't even compare to the in and out populations Munns Park currently has. My family is now in a position to purchase a beautiful place to make memories with my family. And this would definitely be something that I would consider. With regards to off-road vehicles, Munns Park has an ATV rental business right in Munns Park. As my family, we would enjoy this land and be respectful to all that it is. So again, I approve this and I hope that you will consider the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MG. Really appreciate you joining us this evening. If there are other comments from the public.
Okay, I don't have any hands raised as of right now, Chair.
Very good. And I think we got everyone. We had some initial problems with getting people on, but I think they all got on. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That is correct, Chair Horseman. Everyone that has raised their hand has had the opportunity to speak at this point.
Thank you. So members of the public, this is it. Last call. It's a little after 10 and hopefully you're still with us. But any other comments now is the final opportunity you'll have. I'm getting ready to close this hearing. Anybody joining us?
And at this time, there are no hands raised, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank members of the community for taking their time. I mean, it's late in the evening. It's a work day, and for you to stay on and to let the Board of Supervisors know how you feel on a very, very important issue that will affect our community. We really appreciate that. And you're right. This is what democracy looks like. And we really appreciate your involvement and your input for us here this evening. With that, I'm going to close this public hearing. And at this time, members of the board, we have heard from our staff. We've heard from the applicants. We have heard from the community. And now is the time for comments to be made by the board or any final questions that you may have. And thereafter, we will entertain a motion on this. So members of the board, do I have anyone that would like to start making comments?
Madam Chair, I need a bio break, please.
Oh, you know what? It's 2 hours. I think it's time for all of us. So Supervisor Ryan, you got it. We're going to take 5 minutes and let's try to get back within 5 minutes so we can hopefully conclude here before midnight. So thanks. Let's take 5. hopefully we can get everybody back a little quicker. I see Supervisor Ryan's with us. I see Vice Chair Vasquez is with us. Is Supervisor Fowler back? I see Supervisor, we're back. Great job. All right. So, members of the board, I know it's been a long evening. And we, as I said before, we have heard from our staff. We've heard from the applicant. We've heard from the public. We've got a lot of materials that's been presented on behalf of the applicant and on behalf of our staff. And now is the time really for our deliberation and for discussion and for any other final wrap-up questions that you may have. So members of the board, I'd be happy to start this off, but at this point, I would also be happy to have board members make their comments. So you tell me what you'd like. Anybody like to make a comment first? Okay, then I will. And again, I want to make it very clear. I really do appreciate all the efforts on behalf of the Windmill Resort and have taken great consideration on this. This is a request to rezone 60 acres of 10-acre general residential zoning. Normally, this would allow up to 6 residential homes, and the request is to turn this into a resort commercial zoning, which would allow 231 housing units on these 60 acres. Certainly, this turns the property not only into a commercial zoning, but does substantially increase the density. And that's a concern to me. There are 70 casita RVs, 161 cabins, 2 and 3 bedrooms. The casitas and RVs can be rented separately. The cabins are 2 or 3 bedrooms. There are no CC&Rs. Certainly, we could see upwards of 1,000 or more folks living in and residing in this area. This property, as we all know, we pass it all the time. It's very familiar to everyone on this board. It's a sensitive piece of property. It's an open meadow that abuts the heavily forested Forest Service lands. As one travels north on I-17 and you round that corner towards Flagstaff, and we've all done it, it's this beautiful meadow that serves as a gateway to Flagstaff. It offers travelers one of the first full views of the San Francisco peaks. As many people have indicated to us in their comments and in the emails, this is an iconic view, and I think we can all agree with that. Coconino County is a large, primarily rural county. It contains vast open landscapes, and that's really part of our charm. It's the vastness and the natural beauty that helps promote our economy as well as maintains our historic values. Maintaining these meadows and these open spaces maintains our philosophies of preserving, as set forth in our comprehensive plan, of preserving wildlife corridors, being good stewards of our land, maintaining our dark skies, managing our floodplains, keeping our high standards for air quality, reducing wildfire risks, and we sure know how important that is after 2 major wildfires this summer, and generally doing what we can to reduce the overall impact on our lands. A zoning change is a change to the current use of property. And I want to make something really clear because I've heard people make this comment. I believe in private property rights. I think private property rights are extremely important. However, the owner of the property has the right, the expected right, that flows from the existing zoning. I believe in the rights of those that purchase property around this property with the expectation that flows from that general 10-acre zoning. If a property owner wants a change in the current use of that property, it is important that we look to how this change affects the neighbors, and not just 1 mile away, because of course this abuts Forest Service, but how it affects the general neighborhoods. The closest, of course, being Munns Park, and there are others as well in the general area. For me as a supervisor, in order to approve a change in zoning and a change in use, the applicant needs to show that the change in zoning would benefit the neighbors and would benefit the county. To guide us, there are 3 findings that are necessary for a zoning change, which we, the board, must find. The Planning and Zoning Commission did not find this, nor did our staff find this when they went through this analysis. I also want to point out that since there are no CC&Rs, this is not a planned community. This is a resort commercial zoning. There are no limits on the number of people that can be there at this resort, and there is nothing with regards to rentals. I do not find this as a planned community, affordable housing, workforce housing, nor have they offered what they would even sell it for, clearly and honestly stating it would really depend on what the market could bear. I don't see this as an answer to our housing concerns and our housing problems. So I concur basically with the findings of facts of both planning and zoning and of our staff. Number 1, I find that the development at the location proposed is not consistent, nor does it conform to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The proposed zone change is not consistent with land use and growth policy 3 that discourages and limits commercial developments in in-holdings. You can argue about in-holdings. It meets the definition of what an in-holding is. Also, it is not consistent with land use and growth policy 25 that states that commercial development projects shall be located and designated in a manner that is compatible with the character of the area in which the project is proposed. Also, it is not consistent with land use growth policy 28 that states that large resort commercial usage should only be in appropriate locations and shall be discouraged from being located in holding areas. Again, it does meet the definition of an in-holding area. Number 2, planning and zoning found that the proposed zone change would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. They found that all permitting and code requirements are met and that the applicant would retain native vegetation, adhere to fire-wise practices, and address weed mitigation. And to that degree, I accept the planning and zoning's assessment. However, I do not believe that this finding is met either. It substantially increases the density of the area, which is adjacent to the national park, which would in fact increase the number of people who had access to that section, of the national forest, which would increase the potential fire danger risks in that area, would certainly allow ingress and egress into the forest, not just with foot traffic or bicycles, but also with OHV. Even if it's not from that specific area, it would be close to the resort area. It would increase noise and dust for the area, which would in fact affect the safety, comfort, and convenience of the properties and those that enjoy this area. It would also likely increase OHV use, and they honestly told us that they could not say, if they got licensed, they couldn't say you couldn't bring your OHV vehicle. They said simply that you just couldn't use it on the streets there. And it would need to be put on need to be towed on a trailer. On the other hand, remember, there are no CCs and Rs here. So we're hearing that, but there is nothing at this point that would prevent OHVs from being there and actually being used on the streets. The Forest Service, and we know this, and we see it, and we live it, does not have adequate law enforcement patrolling or enforcing its ordinances, and the Sheriff's Department is indeed overtaxed with attempting to monitor the use of our national forests. Also, this increased access with a large number of people does increase the potential wildfire. And again, we've just gone through 2 huge wildfires here this summer. Number 3, the change would affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhoods and would be detrimental to the adjacent properties. Bringing in the hundreds of people that would be brought in by this resort development certainly would adversely affect the established character of this very rural and sparsely populated portion of Coconino County, and it would not be appropriate for the local neighborhood. In essence, it expands a type of urban sprawl, if you will. Munns Park is an established community and a commercial development, which is located about 5 miles south. It extends that commercial development. So although I appreciate the review and the revisions that are being made, obviously the developers, the applicants heard us, and I appreciate that and appreciate their attempts at making this meet the requirements of our comprehensive plan. But I still do not think that they have met the findings for zone change, nor do I believe they have made the findings of fact required from a planned district zone change. And I agree with the statements that were made by planning and zoning and also our staff, as I say, with the exception of finding number 2, because I don't believe it meets finding number 2 either. So those are my comments, and I'm hoping to hear from other board members on their comments.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize, I'm going to be a little bit disorganized, but yeah, I've given this quite a bit of thought. You know, it brought me back to reading the comprehensive plan again. You read them over and over again, and it's like, oh my gosh, yeah. And you know, the first statement, you know, to start off with is, and I think you captured it, but I also was going to capture it. The current zoning and the private property rights are associated with 10-acre minimum. And if you really look at the essence of the comprehensive plan, the intent is that for our rural areas, as you go further through, anybody has a right to apply to rezone, but it's not a guarantee to a rezone. It is, you have underlying rights right now. It's looking at the comprehensive plan and seeing how it measures up to the comprehensive plan. And that goes into the discussion as if you read it from the beginning, it's all over natural systems, design associated with natural systems, create a context of minimal impact associated with it. You can progress through various points associated with the meadows, trying to protect the natural meadows, not re-engineering. The view sheds are discussed associated with it. But that's the rural piece. It's not a no growth intent associated with it. It's an intent for having growth occur in the appropriate places. And so I do agree with the findings of Planning and Zoning Commission as well, but well beyond that, I think one of these citizens spoke to the point, and it's so true. Comprehensive plan has conflicting values. Just because you meet one doesn't mean that you have fulfilled the intent of the comprehensive plan. Before I go into it, for the sake of the design of this, it's an absolutely beautiful design. The people that put the work into it, the landscaping, the engineering, the thoughtfulness associated with it it really is a well designed for resort commercial. But that's where you come back to the comprehensive plan. Is it in the appropriate area? And the comprehensive plan pushes developments to where we already have the potential infrastructure. It pushes them to either urban settings, suburban settings, area plans, rural planning areas. So if you look at the, if we want to give citations associated with under the land and growth component, and you get to the goal, respond to specific and varied land use conditions found in Coconino County with creative policy strategies that protect important community values. Item number or policy number 3, the commercial use of inholdings within national forests, national parks is strongly discouraged. And when development of inholdings is proposed, the existing density should not be increased. And the proposed development should use integrated conservation design methods. Integrated conservation design methods would be the idea of preserving the meadow and designing around the meadow. And then increase in density, there's no question about it. If 100 acres, I think I have that correct. Even if you multiply it by 4 on it, the volume of people that would be out there would be 40 units instead of this particular proposal. The discussions associated with in the applicant's piece in conservation of open space in a design community, but it's compromising density that's never been intended for this particular area. It's why we drive these type of proposals towards area plans and rural planning areas. The same thing for scenic corridors. Actually, if you read through the comprehensive plan, you'll go ahead and see a citation that if you were to modify the zoning in the area, then you actually need to do it via an area plan process, rural planning process, and involvement with the community. So involvement with the community, as far as an application is concerned, by state law, to postings, you reach out to your neighbors within that 300 feet boundary. That's the legal requirement associated with it. When it comes to our plans, community involvement, it's 2 years involving multiple different community groups that are throughout the county. And so the intent of involvement of the community planning, and if you had gone through that process, would encompass the intent to achieve the desired modification of zoning. Otherwise, it doesn't associated with that. And then let's see, that's the zoning aspect on it. You did, I can make citation after citation of this particular plan. And it's been a long day for me, sorry folks, but I will go to certain elements. You go further down in the policies under that particular goal to item number 5, development projects within inholdings should be consistent with land management plans and the character of surrounding lands. Similarly put, it really is intended to be a 10-acre minimum without having those area plans in place. The surrounding lands and the impact of the forest, lot of people spoke to it. You can see we are getting a lot of visitation. And it is a lot of people from Phoenix, but it's also people from the communities. As much as we have very sincere individuals that have a good land-based ethic, that doesn't run 100% within our communities. And so the impact to the surrounding areas, the national forest in this case, has great potential if you bring in this high density of population that we have here. Under community character, it does go to the gateway communities and the performance standards and the need for new area plans. So, citation, page 91, if you want to go to that level of consistency or lack thereof of the area plan. These are elements that are needed associated with this. And so the piece that Madam Chair spoke to, so did a few other people. We are overwhelmed, both the National Forest and our Sheriff's Office, with the volumes that we currently have, let alone those that are coming out here. And we're trying as we can to provide the appropriate manpower out there, but we're always a little bit behind. I do struggle with not only lack of meeting the intent of the comprehensive plan, but it doesn't meet the intent of the comprehensive plan. You really need to read it from the beginning, look at the intent of protecting these natural view sheds, which actually is part of our economy. It drives our economy, and that's why our cities are doing well, but you want the appropriate infrastructure associated with plans and populations. But the second element with public health and safety is that challenge that we see with law enforcement. We certainly are undermanned. The impact adjacent certainly would be there. So, that's a tough one. If we're located in the appropriate area in the comprehensive plan, your citations, so in area plans and or in incorporated communities, but you're looking at the county's comprehensive plan, so outside incorporated area communities, but area plans, the citations you make have great potential of being right on, but it is not the appropriate place here. And so with that, Madam Chair, I can make many more citations. We've had testimony from the public associated with it. There are virtues. We do have to worry about housing. I'm not seeing this as, and it's noted in the comprehensive plan, I'm not seeing this as housing. I'm seeing this as a resort commercial component. So again, not achieving those objectives that you can read throughout the intent of housing in the comprehensive plan. With that, Madam Chair, I'm a little bit more disorganized, and tomorrow morning after a lot of sleep, maybe I might say this a little bit more concisely. To those that design this, your intentions to try and do it right is certainly appreciated. You have made an investment, but that is a risk that you also take. You do need to meet the intent of the comprehensive plan, and I'm not finding that here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other supervisors?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I'd like to just thank all the presenters and our community that came out to give their voice, and also those that are in support of this plan and just really passionately presenting their case. It takes a lot to come to the Board of Supervisors to be able to, or any meeting, to express your support or oppose a project or proposal that is before the community that's going to have a great impact on the region, on your own lives every day, because we drive through there every day. Well, some of us do. I don't, but those that live in the most part and Kachina, they do. So, Madam Chair, I'd just like to just say that I pretty much agree with both of you. I asked about the number of the population that will be there. I think, when you think about someone having an RV and a cabin next door, and then you have the 2 to 3 bedroom cabins. I think the density, I'm concerned about the density, and that's always been the very, very concerning. It's also a gated community, and I don't see it as a solution to our housing issue. That we didn't get how much the house gonna be sold for, or property, and college students were brought up as possible renters there. I don't know if they can actually afford it. Even in Flagstaff with the housing, they're barely making it through paying their rent and being able to have a living here. I'm also concerned about the forests. Our communities have come to us very concerned about the ATV and just the way that the Forest Service is being used. Our forests are being used, and just the amount of population that comes through, and now we have this density that's coming through. Not having the CCNR is a big concern, and we don't know what we're actually approving. So those are just immediate thoughts. When I look at it, we do want conservation, but when you start altering the natural beauty and the natural ecosystem, I don't really see that as a conservation. Now you're not really conserving, and you are now actually developing and cutting off the wildlife. The corridor, I was just wondered about the corridor, the wildlife corridor. I know that we have a wildlife staff that works within that. That is another concern. The traffic is another concern, but I don't see this proposal as not having neighbors. The neighbors are the people that live in Mudds Park, Kachina, and the communities nearby. So when I look at this proposal, I don't see it seeing the comprehensive plan. We were just talking about area plans, and I was just talking about how right before this presentation about the need for area plans and really planning for our rural communities. We're a rural community. The site is a rural community site, and it's not really a place for it to, it's not the right place for that. So I really don't see it meeting the comprehensive plan. The health and safety, that's, it was already mentioned that we're concerned about the fire department and just the first responders. So I don't really see that as such. The comfort and welfare, that's where it does have a huge impact on our communities that are nearby, and I don't see that as being met. The surrounding communities, it does have a great impact on them. It is one of the, one of the priority for Coconino County is really keeping the natural beauty, and that includes the water, streams. We see in our comprehensive plan, we talk about it as being sacred sites, and these are part of that. And so when we think about how we are treating the land, I think we really need to think about that. And I don't see it, I see that as a detrimental when you are now altering the meadows and the water to be able to develop this area. It is a resort. It's not a solution to our housing issue. It is, we don't know really how this resort is going to be solving our housing issues. So that would be my initial comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Other supervisors want to be heard on this?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Good evening, or is it good night now? But anyway, I just want to say I'm really, really thankful that we got a chance to hear the proposal here, a request for a zone change from a general to a resort commercial zone. And also that I want to thank all of my colleagues also that, they're making these comments. And I know that, I agree with the first three comments that were made by my colleagues. And I also want to thank the people that have written letters, and then also others that came on tonight to speak on behalf of the of how they felt about the plan. So I guess we're really here to find, since we're being asked to do a zone change, and it's just the only thing, the three requirements that it really has that I'm feeling is that the changes would have to be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. And the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and the welfare of people. And that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhoods, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And I think this presentation, this documentation that's been presented to us, and also putting everything together, it doesn't meet that. So I feel that this plan is not consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies that were set forth before us, and that the change is that really detrimental to the public health, safety, as mentioned by my colleagues that made comments earlier, and that it does adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighbors and detrimental to the adjacent properties that are in the area. So I just want to bring that out again, and that's what I'm basing my decision on, and that's what I'm gonna make sure that when my vote comes up, that that's something that I will be using. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and thank you for your input. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. It's been a long night, and I want to start off by just saying thank you to everybody who's presented tonight and given us the complete picture of this issue. I really appreciate the presenters tonight who have worked on this project. As mentioned before, I think it's a beautifully designed project. I just don't think it's appropriate for this space. Every time I've driven up and down from Phoenix in these last couple months, I look at that space and I can't imagine this development there. And then after listening to all the concerns from the community, I too have some concerns about the urban forest interface, about resources stretched thin to accommodate this new development of between 700 and 1,000 people in that area. And I just don't feel like this development is in the best interest of that area. And so I agree with my colleagues and as well that I don't feel that there's been enough shown that this, that the zone change should happen. Like there's not, there haven't been enough of the elements proven that we should in fact change this zoning ordinance. And so for that reason, I too have come to the conclusion that I cannot support changing the zone for this development. Thank you.
Thank you. And members of the board, I appreciate all of your comments and your thoughtfulness. And I know it's been a long night. Unless there are more comments at this time, I would entertain a motion on this.
I'd like to make a motion.
Supervisor Begay?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we deny the ordinance and deny the requested zone change, or move to, and to approve the zone change from general to the resort commercial zone with the property that is located on the east side of I-17, 5 miles north of Munns Park and 1/2 mile south of Newman Park. Exit owned by Windmill Ranch Resort LLC and is identified as assessor parcel number 400-13-001, case number ZC 22-004, pursuant to ARS 38-431-043A3, that the Board of Supervisors. Okay, so that's my motion. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Begay, would you accept a friendly amendment to that motion?
Was that?
Would you accept a friendly amendment to that motion?
Yes.
Supervisor Begay, I would recommend that, consistent with your motion as you've just read, for the reasons that it does not make the findings for a zone change. The changes is not consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and ordinance. The change is detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. The change will adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhoods and will be detrimental to the adjacent properties. Would you be willing to accept that?
Yes.
And amendment to your motion?
Yes, I'll go ahead and include that.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and second the motion, Madam Chair, and if I may, just a little further on that.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it was outlined, you know, we can go through various citations with this. You know, I would turn to the planning and zoning record first, and that's a high bar to meet, just overcoming a denial. They were right on in terms of their citations. We had additional citations prior to the motion that are included in the public records, showing how it does not meet any of those three. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members of the board, we have a motion and a second to deny ordinance 2022-05 and to deny a request for zone change from G General 10-acre minimum parcel zone to RC Resort Commercial Zone with the approval of a master development plan for the development of the resort and the property located on the east side of I-17, 5 miles north of Munns Park and 1/2 mile south of Newman Park exit, owned by Windmill Ranch Resorts, as it does not meet the required findings for zone change as we have read. We have a motion and a second on that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Madam Chair,
Yes.
since we're all telephonically, want to just confirm our count?
I would be more than happy to do a roll call vote. Could we get our clerk to do a roll call vote for us?
Sure, thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, I will do a roll call vote, and you can say aye or nay.
Madam Chair, for clarification, aye is in support of the motion, which was a denial of the zoning. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That's correct. And I will go ahead and start with District 1, Chair Patrice Horstman.
Yes, I accept the motion to deny the zone change from G to RC commercial. Mine is a no.
District 2, Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
I vote aye for the denial for the zone change.
Well, you know, in here we've done it again. We have a motion. I read it. I don't want to have to read it again. We have a motion to deny. I am voting in favor of the denial. Okay, just for clarification. And Vice Chair, you're voting in favor of the
In favor of
denial?
the denial, yes.
Okay.
District 3, Supervisor Matt Ryan.
And for clarifications, I'm voting aye in denying the zone change.
District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay.
I deny the zone change.
District 5, Supervisor Lena Fowler.
I deny the zone change.
And we have a vote of the unanimous vote of 5 supervisors who are in favor of denying the zone change.
Thank you. And if I may, I would at this point also request that we entertain a motion also denying the zone change, finding that the findings for a planned district zone change as required and the core requirements have also not been met. That is my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of denying the zone change, finding that the 4 requirements for a planned district zone change has also not been met. And could you please do a roll call for that, Lindsay?
Yes, thank you, Chair Horstman. You want to do an aye vote? Meaning you are
aye to find a denial because the planned district zone change has not been met.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and start with Chair Patrice Horstman, District 1.
Yes, yes, I do not believe that the requirements for a planned district zone change have been met.
District 2, Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Aye. I'll just keep it at that so I don't confuse things.
District 3, Supervisor Matt Ryan.
Aye, with the denial of the zoning, it also had in motion a denial of this. So I agree. They vote is aye.
District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay.
Aye.
And District 5, Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Aye.
And we have a unanimous vote, Chair Horstman.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank everybody from our staff who've spent a considerable amount of time on this, and the applicants. Appreciate all of their time and effort. And it's just as indicated, not the right place for a nice design, but not the right place for it. And any other comments from members of the board or questions? And our Deputy County Attorney, do you have anything further you need to add? Or if not, we are ready for Supervisor Fowler. Do you have something else you'd like to add?
No.
Then
I'm comfortable on the rock here.
And then we're going to let you get off that rock and go home and get to bed. So we are here. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. And thank you, members of the community, for your input on this as well. Appreciate it very much. Good night, all.
Good night, everyone.
Aye.